Live, and I think you know what that means if you regularly watch. It's going to take me a minute or so to get the other platforms going. So, as usual, I appreciate you being here early, but bear with me about 60 seconds or so, and that's usually what it takes to get everything going. So, gotta make sure we're on all platforms because there are folks who tend to watch the broadcast on other platforms other than what you may be watching on now. So give me a moment. I'm trying to see if I can get everything going here. We're going to be talking about victim mentality. Victim mentality. I'm sure you've heard of that. We're going to be addressing that. I want to talk to MAGA more so than anything. So for you folks that may watch on YouTube, understand I am going to intentionally turn on the subscriber only so that fewer, I guess we could say fewer liberals, fewer people get through. I want to talk to some MAGA on this. We're going to be talking about, like I said, victim mentality. I want to hear also, we're going to discuss why it does appear as if President Trump is firing a lot of minorities, and we're going to talk about it from the standpoint of merit. Talk about it from the standpoint of merit because Trump is if you listen to Trump, he's a big fan of merit. He's not a fan of DEI or folks who do not have merit. So we're going to talk about that from a standpoint of why does it appear as if so many minorities. We'll say minorities because it's not just blacks, it's not just Hispanics, it's women, it's LGBTQ. We're going to talk about it from a standpoint of is it a case of, well, maybe nobody actually has the merit, but one group. So we're going to talk about all of that. And like I said, I do want to make sure I get as much MAGA up as possible. Also, I got a really disturbing message from someone, and I consider the person a friend of the program. So, but I want you to read. I want you to hear their message. Okay, give me a minute. I don't want to give the whole show away to one audience. So, give me a minute for you folks on YouTube. I think we're just about ready to go here. Um, Let me see. I think everything's good to go. And I'll go ahead and see if it'll let me go live on YouTube, and then we'll start the show momentarily here. Yep, looks like we're going to be good. So we'll go ahead and what the hell? What is this? Oh, come on, God damn it. Let's see what's happening here once again. Okay, tell me it's not going to do what I think it's doing, because it may screw up every damn thing else. Okay. All right, we'll see what happens with that. If that doesn't work, we'll have to stop that one. Oh, I already know what happened here. Okay, hang on a second. I started the live the wrong way. That's what happened. All right, close that out. I see. What has Trump done for Negroes? Said according to Anthony. Well, we're going to talk about that. There are some things that Trump has done for Negroes. Remember, Trump got a good increase from the Negro vote. So we're going to talk about that. Let me go ahead and type this in. I had to restart the damn live, so I should have been live already, but I apologize for you folks that are hanging in there. Should be less than a minute. I thought I had everything going. I was about to start, and apparently I did not have everything going. So I guess I'm a little bit slower than I want to be. And this thing is just really fucking up. Just really fucking up. Let's try this here. I hate when I start and I'm not ready to go. Negro is not a derogatory term, by the way. No, I didn't. Okay, you talking to somebody in the comments? No, I didn't say Negro. I mean, there used to be the Negro Leagues baseball. I have not heard that Negro is a derogatory term, so I would agree with you. I don't see it as a derogatory term. However, I will say this: during the time words were being created to describe African Americans, everything should be taken with a grain of salt, because the folks that were making the terms back then had no love for the blacks, African Americans, Negroes, N-words, whatever you want to call them. They didn't like those people. So you really got to take with a grain of salt anything they said in reference to Negroes, African Americans, black folks, whatever you want to call them, because we know the people that were making those statements did not like that group of people. So, I mean, everything had hidden meanings and racial overtones to it. So, I'll leave it at that. I think I'm almost ready this time. And I do apologize for it taking so damn long to get to the program. But let's see if it works this time. If not, I'm going to start the live and just get it going in the middle of the damn live. Okay, it looks like it's going. All right. So, and we'll start in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Had a hell of a lot of what do you want to call it? Technical difficulties coming on air, but nevertheless, we're going to make it happen. Want to make sure everything's on Wi-Fi. Just one of those days where we started out and we were not ready, but here we are. Anyway, I got a few topics I want to talk about as usual. But in regards to this one, I do want to hear from plenty of MAGA on this one, because as you see on the monitor behind, we're going to be talking about overcoming victim mentality. Now, generally, when you hear the term victim mentality, you already know likely what's being discussed. You know who is being referred to as having victim mentality, and you kind of know the gist of the conversation. Nevertheless, we are going to talk about that. But before we do, we have a couple other terms, a couple other conversations to discuss as well. I'll start out right off by stating that when we're talking about victim mentality, a lot of folks are suggesting that Trump is not favorable to the black community. And I want to hear from MAGA. I want to hear from Trump supporters, because Trump supporters will tell you, obviously, that Trump has done a hell of a lot for the country and certainly the black community as well. So I do want to know why one side sees it one way and another side sees it another way. But I'm going to start out by targeting one specific group, alleged group. We're talking about folks that are being considered as under the umbrella of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want to show you something, just a quick montage I've put together, because this does bear explaining.
The administration has fired the head of the Library of Congress, and now the firing is leading to pushback from Democrats. Carla Hayden, whose official title is the Librarian of Congress, still had about a year and a half left on her 10-year term. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called the firing a, quote, disgrace. He accused President Donald Trump of trying to ban books and whitewash American history. Hayden was the first woman and black person to hold that office. Hayden found that she was being fired via an
Okay, now she's the first African American woman to hold that office. What does that mean? Anything at all? Not necessarily, but when you start tallying things together.
News on the ongoing firings in the Trump administration. President Donald Trump has abruptly fired General C.Q. Brown as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Brown is a former fighter pilot and respected officer. His 16 months on the job had been consumed with the war in Ukraine and the expanded conflict in the Middle East. Trump says that he is nominating Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Raisin Kane to be the next chairman. Trump acted despite support for Brown among key members of Congress.
Now, I believe this individual also was one of the first African Americans that was the first Joint Chief of Staff. But you kind of see where I'm going with this.
Well, a federal judge rules that President Trump unlawfully fired the chairwoman of the National Labor Relations Board. Gwen Wilcox served as the head of the board. The judge says Trump's decision to fire her was, in her words, a blatant violation of the law. The judge also says the president is testing the court by trying to push the bounds of his office.
What I want to ask you folks is it possible when you're trying to get rid of folks who lack merit, DEI, you want to get rid of folks that are not qualified for various positions. Is it possible? Because Trump is claiming that all of these folks are DEI hires. Um, in a country this size, is it possible that perhaps there are just very little, if any, let's say blacks that possess any merit for, let's say, cabinet positions or high level positions in government? Because he is obviously terminated a lot of folks, and we could talk about women and members of the LGBTQ community as well. But I believe every single one of these individuals was replaced by a white male. But what I'm trying to find out, is it possible that perhaps blacks just simply do not have the merit to get these high level positions? Because it does appear as if Trump is indicating, when you look at his administration, you look at all the appointees on his administration, which is overwhelmingly one-sided. I mean, his administration is overwhelmingly white. Is it possible that we just have a country where very few, if any, blacks have any merit at all to get these positions? Or is there an alternative explanation for why this is happening? I do want to get your opinion on that. You know how we run here. We don't block, ban, or censor. So you can speak from an uncensored format. As I always hold up to make it clear, we are a MAGA friendly program. You don't have to agree with anything that's being said by any damn body else. Nevertheless, we will give you your time to speak without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored by the host or anyone else. In fact, this program has zero moderators. We have never had a moderator on this program, I believe, since the first 6 months we started about 4 years ago. So there's no moderator, so you don't have to ever worry about someone taking you off the program because you said something that someone else didn't agree with, unless it violates, what the apps go against. I can't control what YouTube or TikTok or Instagram deems as hate speech or some other shit. So they often can do that on their own, but we let you speak. We let you speak. So I'm asking, why is he firing so many people of color and suggesting their DEI while hiring little, if any? I'm just going to ask you flat out. In Trump's second term, you've heard about him terminating a hell of a lot of people of color. Have you heard of him hiring any? Have you heard of him hiring any at all? Which is why I keep going back to the question, is it possible that there just simply are no blacks, for instance, that have merit to hold a cabinet position? Have you heard of him hiring any at all at the cabinet level? Now, we could probably go deep down into the bowels of federal court and find some people that he may have hired at the lower levels, but his cabinet, for instance, have you heard of him hiring any? Now, he did hire Ben Carson and Omarosa in the first term, but he made it clear he did not like how he staffed his first term, and he's not going to do that again. So we're talking about his second term. If you got to go back 9 years to find an African-American he hired, which would be Ben Carson and Omarosa and the likes of them, then it kind of is a question to be asked. Have you heard of him hiring any? Now, in the comments, Joe Shalom says, stop asking stupid questions. I'd like for you to elaborate. Asking if Trump has hired anyone on his administration currently that's a person of color. Explain how that's a stupid question. I'd be curious to know, because Trump is stating that he's done more for African Americans than any other president since Abraham Lincoln. So let me know how that equates to a stupid question. I'd be curious to know. Also, continuing on though, we're gonna certainly be talking about that. Why are there so many blacks being fired for DEI? Because he's claiming DEI on all of these things. And is it a possibility that there just simply are no blacks with merit, and that's leading to what's happening? Now, in addition to that, like I said, we're talking about getting rid of victim mentality. We're talking about getting rid of it. This stuff is coming from somewhere, so I want to get the MAGA opinion to clear it out. Also, I got, listen, I take message, people direct message me all the time. I get a lot of MAGA in my direct messages. I get some liberals, more MAGA, because I'm open-minded to talking to MAGA. Sometimes we go back and forth. things happen of that nature. And I'm not going to discuss who sent this because I want them to remain nameless, but I consider them to be a friend of the program. But we were talking about today's topic, victim mentality, why Trump is terminating a hell of a lot of African Americans and people of color and women and things like that. I want to read this comment to you. I'm not going to read all of it. As you can see, it's very long, but you'll get the gist of it very quick. It's most likely very controversial. But me and this individual talk all the time, and as I say, when I say damn it, we are uncensored. We are. This is coming from a Trump supporter. This person is indeed MAGA. They know my political affiliation. We still talk. It's all good. Now, it starts out this way. I'll be totally, completely honest with you. If I was in politics or I was a CEO of a major company, I would be really nervous and leery about hiring a black person. I would want to scrutinize them very carefully, to look at their background, their social media posts, etc. Especially if it was a high position with control or authority. Now, I'll continue on, but remember, we're talking about Trump doing exactly this, hiring folks for positions that are of control and authority, high positions. So we're talking exactly about, this person is responding exactly to what we're talking about now, hence why we're having this live. And this is MAGA. This person is undeniably MAGA. It's open. We've been in the chat. You've heard this person. I'm not going to tell you who they are, but if you watch regularly, you've seen this person in the comments, etc., etc. Anyway, continuing on. In addition to saying if it was a position with control or authority, now this person continues on to say, not because I am racist, but because I inherently don't trust them. So this person is not racist. They just do not trust black people. Says there are many, many more black racists than whites. There are many, many more blacks who have chips on their shoulders than whites do. And you hear about that when you see some blacks get pulled over by police and they're already hostile and things like that. I think that's where that's coming from. You know, you see them there, I think it's coming from the likes of the Jasmine Crockett's and, this is what we're talking about. I'm just going to give it to you. And continuing on, though, there are many, many more problems firing a black person than a white person. How many of you agree with that? That's an interesting take on that. Blacks by far let their racial feelings interfere with their work more than whites do. Blacks are by far a greater liability. Look at Don Lemon. One example. Trump opened up his heart to him, let him interview him, and have a tour of the White House, etc., etc. Now, there's a second page that's equally as long as this. I'll discuss this with the audience before we go into the second post. But I want to get from you folks. We're talking about being honest here. I want to predominantly speak to MAGA. We're talking uncensored. Nobody's going to get dropped for their opinions. Just don't get incredibly stupid. But listen, if you agree with her, you agree with her. I do want to talk to folks who might do. And we're going to have a civilized conversation, damn it, without any censorship. But I do want to, because we're talking about potentially ending victim mentality, damn sure addressing it. So we're going to talk about that. And of course, before we get into that, I do have one more thing along these lines. A lot of this stuff may cause some folks to tune out because I get it, it's racial, but this is what people are talking about in the damn country. So, when people always ask me, well, why do you talk to MAGA? Why do you give them a platform? Because I solemnly believe that silencing people does not change any opinions, hearts, or minds. So it's the same thing with a racial conversation, telling people to get over race or stop talking about it. It doesn't change what's in somebody's mind. The best way to get over shit, the best way to correct things is to have an honest, open, candid conversation with the other side. Telling people to get over it ain't gonna do it. And you'll never hear that here. But I do want to play something that is certainly floating around in a lot of MAGA circles. You'll hear this one, certainly.
The white liberal differs from the white conservative only in one way. The liberal is more deceitful, more hypocritical than the conservative. Both want power, but the white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism, false promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have complete cooperation of the Negro civil rights leaders who sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gains.
Okay, I'll stop it there. There's obviously Malcolm X for some of you folks who do not know, but this is floating around in a lot of conservative circles. And now, once again, we're going to talk about this as well, whether or not it is a possibility that the Negro, as Malcolm X was constantly stating there, would be better off if they realized the liberals were not their friend and maybe looked in a different direction. So we're talking about all of this from a standpoint of addressing victim mentality and potentially correcting it, potentially addressing it one way or another. We're going to discuss it among each other. And of course, like I said, if this is too much for somebody who don't like hearing about racial shit, I get it. I'll probably lose a few viewers from this. But at the end of the day, like I stated, you're not escaping any of this by avoiding it, because this is what's going on in our world. So look in the comments real quick. And by the way, tap the screen. We'll start taking callers immediately. Tap the screen, get us on up to 10,000. It could be interesting in here, so viewer discretion is advised. Theodore Patrick, good evening. Welcome to the program, Theodore. Do you agree with what the late Malcolm X was saying here?
He's basically just saying they're being hypocrites. But Mr. Handsome, we all know that African Americans, since we've been voting largely since Reconstruction in the 1870s, we're going to vote for the party that's more advantageous for us. So at that time period, it was the Republicans in that time period. Now in the 60s, when Malcolm X was talking, it would still have been the Democrats, because who was largely championing civil rights passage. So I get what Malcolm X is saying. There's still hypocrites. Yes, there's still racists in the Democrat Party, but who's helping us largely from a progressive and human rights standpoint? It's the progressives, and right now they're largely on the Democrat side.
So you believe for the African American, the best choice, at least among the parties we have right now, is the progressive side of the aisle?
In terms of human rights specifically, yes. Now, if we're trying to make some money, I'm not going to lie to you, Mr. Handsome. These tariffs are helping me out. I have a clothing company that's based in that's specifically based in New York City. It's a clothing company. All of our clothing is either made in the United States or England. Mr. Handsome, my product is very similar to Ralph Lauren. I'm able to lower my price. He has to increase his price because my stuff is made in the USA. He has a tariff coming because his stuff is largely made in China. I'm not going to lie to you. This is helping me out. I'm MAGA now. I am officially MAGA.
Okay. So in other words, if they were to hold an election again, let's say, for instance, it was like Canada or like some of these other countries where you can literally call an election. Let's say they called an election as of next week, and Trump was on the ballot versus, Biden or Kamala Harris or Newsom or someone like that. Would you vote for Trump again?
It depends if he's going to carry these same.
Let's say let's say he made it clear he was going to continue the path of tariffs that he's taken.
Ooh, if that's going to help me out business-wise, then that's advantageous for me. Yes. So my competitors have to increase their price. They have to lose their customer base. They have to then flock and change consumer behavior to me. I'll take it. Yes, thank you. Now
you mentioned that you mentioned the progressives are doing more for the people of color, the African Americans, in terms of you said human rights. Now, are you African American? You're not African American, right?
Yes, I'm African American.
Okay. So let me. I guess I'll ask you from this standpoint. Which one do you personally find more valuable when it comes to getting your vote? Your personal finances or human rights?
I vote in my own personal interest.
Okay. So as long as
I will leave it at that. However, there are opportunities where they can still overlap. I'll give you an example. George W. Bush campaigned as a compassionate conservative. He said on the campaign trail, "I'm going to give you the first African American Secretary of State and the first female African American senior advisor." He was saying that stuff 20 years before Biden ever said, "Let me give you the first African American VP. Let me give you the first African American woman Supreme Court Justice leader." So Bush was already saying this progressive stuff, and yes, he was still giving us good business interest on his his 01, his 03 tax cut bills.
Give me the example of, because you say the progressives are better for blacks in terms of human rights. Elaborate. What human rights are you referring to?
I would say when Obama expanded, and sorry for the background noise, I'm walking around in the neighborhood. But I would say when Obama expanded Lyndon B. Johnson's 1967 executive order around discrimination at the federal level with regard to contractors, Obama expanded that to the LGBT community, which Trump unfortunately has rescinded.
Okay, so you see the liberals as better for the LGBTQ community. I don't think that's a shock to anyone. Give me another one.
What else can we say?
You're talking about human rights.
I would say the fact that more Democrats, in terms of raw numbers, voted for the 1965, 1966, and 1967 Civil Rights Acts. So there's that. So that gave African Americans the right to vote, and also gave African Americans protection against discrimination in housing and employment, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so I want to just take a quick summary of what you're saying here. You're saying that you believe, as an African American yourself, that Trump is better for human rights in terms of, for the LGBTQ community, in terms of civil rights, voter rights, and you mentioned another one, but I can't even read my own damn writing. But you're saying that when it comes to LGBTQ rights, civil rights, voter rights, you would actually be willing to go with the guy that's against that as long as it puts more money in your pocket?
Well, here's the thing. Recently, this past week, Trump is trying to outflank the far liberal left by what? Taxing the high earners. Did he not float that idea on Thursday evening?
Yeah.
Is he not going to take on the Bernie Bros? Isn't that what the Bernie Bros want? They want everyone to pay their fair share. Trump's taking that on. He's taking on the Bernie Bros.
Yeah, but
he's an advocate for the Bernie Bros.
But with all due respect, you still, when you talk about taxing the wealthy and things like that, we're still in line with economics. We're still talking about money. You mentioned LGBTQ rights, civil rights, and voter rights. You're saying that as long as we can put more money in your pocket, you would go with the side that's giving you more of a focus on putting money in your pocket than human rights for the LGBTQ community, civil rights for people like yourself that happen to be a person of color, and voter rights. Am I getting that right?
Mr. Hanson, we have to be fair and square. Did the Trump administration this past week not direct a federal court to dismiss a case against prevention from AB pill access? That's women's rights. Women's rights are also civil and human rights. And I'll give you another example, Mr. Hanson, because we have to tell it fair and square. Was Trump not the first president to enter the White House when gay folks could legally marry?
Yes.
He's progressive. And what did Obama do when he was entering the White House in 08? Oh, you could have a civil union. He was against it. He's a hypocrite.
No, wait. That's not true. Gays got the right to marry under the Obama administration.
No. They got the right to marriage because of John Roberts, the Supreme Court justice who Bush put in office. Another progressive motion from the conservative side.
You're telling me that Obama, while president, was against gays being allowed to? Okay, you're giving us. Hold on, you're giving us. Some, okay, so when you saying they got the right to marry from a Supreme Court justice, correct?
Exactly. Not
wait. But what was Obama's opinion on it when they gave them the right?
When they gave him the right, he conveniently said, oh, I need some more campaign money. My situation has evolved. Because he wasn't campaigning as much as during that summer of 2012. That's the whole reason why he conveniently evolved in the whole idea to begin with. It was fundraising.
So he said he's in favor of it. You're just not taking his word. You believe he had some kind of ulterior motive. But on record, he did state he's in favor of same-sex marriage. Am I correct?
I would say it was politically advantageous for him when he was going.
I get that part. I get that you believe it was politically advantageous, but I'm asking you, on record, did he state he is for same-sex couples to have the right to marry?
I recall, and this is what I remember, in the summer of 2012, Biden came out. The press called it a slip, and then suddenly Obama conveniently said, "Oh, I've evolved on the idea." That's what I remember. Now, what you're claiming, I've got to see a source on that one.
So in other words, he has never said he was for same-sex marriage.
I can neither confirm nor deny. All I know is I recall him, and I quote, "I've evolved on the idea."
I don't quite get what you're saying. You're losing me there.
He basically conveniently said, "Oh, I flip-flopped." He did a flip-flop similar to John Kerry when he flip-flopped and said, "Oh, I was pro the Iraq War before I was against it." You know how these Democrats are; they're flip-floppers.
Well, you do realize that Trump once identified as a Democrat, right?
He was also part of the another independent third party, rather, in 2000. So I mean, so.
The point I'm making is you're saying the Democrats flip-flop, but I'm giving you a flip-flop from somebody that's not a Democrat.
I would say there's nuance to it because remember,
what does that mean? What does that mean?
I'll give you the perfect example. Former Republican of Utah, John Huntsman, was once part of a political organization called the No Labels Political Organization. The whole point was to take disaffected Republicans, and this is during the election year of 2016, take disaffected Republicans who are tired of the gridlock in Congress and combine that with the same folks who may have been disaffected on the Democrat side and combine to form the No Labels Political Party. So there's nuance to what folks may want. Look at the libertarians. They not want social progression, but also fiscal responsibility. There's nuance to all this.
Okay. I've never heard of it referred to in that manner as you refer to it as nuance, but I want to give you a clip. I want you to hear this because we're talking about nuance. Maybe you can help educate me. This is right after the mass casualty event at Mandalay Bay during Trump's first term. I want you to hear what he had to say, and we can talk about.
Wait, Mr. Hansen, sorry to interrupt you, but is it not good that we just added 175,000+ jobs in the month of April? Or the other liberals complaining about that too? No, but I'm sorry.
No. You are correct. That's excellent. But keep in mind, a bunch of jobs were added when Biden was president as well. The other side is not going to celebrate that. Under the Biden administration, there was the unemployment rate under Biden was fantastic as well, and you didn't hear the right celebrating that. So you're probably not going to hear the left celebrating what you're illustrating. But I want you to hear. We're talking about nuance. I want you to hear this. I want to get your opinion on it.
Well, in the category you spoke about it. We've got violence restraining orders. They're called. California actually has a version of this, and I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession of that individual.
Or might take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Do you think he still agrees with that?
we were talking about he was talking about due process.
We're talking about taking away firearms from someone before giving them due process. So taking away, even though you have Second Amendment rights, if someone suspects you of something, take away your guns first because it takes too long to take you to court, as he says. So take away the guns first, then give you due process. Do you think he still agrees with that?
Lack of due process. I think he's following the Obama precedent of not giving Anwar al-Awlaki a due process before the Obama administration drone strike the dude without due process.
Okay, so
Anwar al-Awlaki in 2013 never received his.
He's talking about American citizens in this country. This happened after the Mandalay Bay event. You're talking about something in the Middle East.
Anwar al-Awlaki, yes, he was in the Middle East, but he was also a U.S. citizen as well, who was denied due process. So is Trump not following in Obama's his precedent with lack of due process?
I thought Trump said Obama was the worst president we ever had that did nothing good for America at all. You telling me now he's doing the same things?
He's doing something that was even less, to a lesser degree. Obama didn't even give this guy due process. He drone strike the guy. Trump is just trying to put him in jail.
No, Trump is taking his guns away before the guy's even proven to be guilty of anything.
So even better. Obama didn't even drone strike.
Okay, you're trying to squeeze Obama in some kind of drone strike. I don't know why. He's talking about taking away firearms before the person has had any court hearing at all. And you think he still agrees with this or not?
I'm saying it's to a lesser degree than Obama drone striking a person before they ever got their due process. Anwar al-Awlaki needs justice.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes or no. Does he still agree with it or not?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see until some more data comes out. We got to see.
So in other words, as you mentioned, liberals flip flop. So what you're saying, we have to see. So you're admitting he may have flip flopped too.
He hasn't flip flopped because we have to see Mr. Handsome.
But you don't. So in other words, he either still believes in taking guns away without due process, as he's saying now, or he's flip flopped. Which is it?
Oh, you're thinking of Reagan in the month for.
I'm thinking of what we're playing. You're trying to squeeze everything else into this, other than what we're actually talking. Does he agree with what he's saying now, or has he flip flopped?
We gotta ask him, Mr. Hanson. You know that.
Exactly. That's the point we're making. Is that you said that you mentioned that liberals flip flop. Now it sounds like you're kind of admitting that he may have flip flopped too.
I haven't admitted it. We have to wait and see. We gotta wait. We gotta ask him. He may not flip flop. He may not have.
So in other words, he still may believe in taking guns away without giving a citizen due process.
All I know is that JD Vance, he's on it with his mascara. He's all over this. He's all over it. We're going to find out some answers real quick. Mr. Hanson, I got to drop. Thank you for having me, sir.
Right. Come on back anytime. I appreciate it. All right, moving on. He had to drop because I don't know where he was going with that. I was trying to cut through his salad. He was giving me a lot of spaghetti on that. I mean, he was trying, though. I'll give him credit for that, but I don't quite know where he was going. Anyway, continuing on. Ran out of room, says Mike. But keep in mind, that individual is a voter. Now, he's Black MAGA. He stated that he's African American, and he likes Trump because Trump is helping him out with the tariffs. He has a clothing business, and he's doing much better under Trump. And that is what has basically motivated him to vote for Trump. However, he did say some things that were quite daunting, such as he believes that the liberals, the progressives, are better for the African American community, which he claims to belong to, in terms of civil and voter rights. But because he's making more money with Trump, that's where he's going. Which basically, as he was indicating, he's choosing his bottom line over civil and voter rights for people that look just like him. He had to go. Anyway, tap the screen. We'll continue on. We're talking about the idea that victim mentality exists and how to address it. And like I said, we're not block banning or censoring anymore. Looking in the comments, he is still a racist, but I'd be more worried about liberals in general. For real, for real. Is that what you're interpreting that he said? You just don't like You just don't like them because of who they are, which is just reverse DEI, refusing to give someone because they're trans, black, etc. Now, I'll go to the box, but this is indeed about the notion that it does seem like President Trump is firing, terminating employment for a hell of a lot of minorities, plenty of black folks. But when you look on the other side of the coin and ask the question, now that he's been reelected, how many people, how many blacks have you seen him hiring? I mean, I don't know if there's any. If there's any at the cabinet level. Now, if you go far down in the bowels of the federal government, maybe he's hired some lower level judges or something like that. But we've seen him fire a lot of high level people. I don't know of any, and I want you guys to help me out. I don't know of any. So he's done more for blacks than anyone since Abraham Lincoln, says Trump. Let me go to the box. Continuing on, we'll continue with the one and only MAGA Reacts. We certainly want to get some MAGA in here because I want to get to the bottom of this. MAGA Reacts, good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much good.
So, he just hired a Lebanese woman yesterday, and today you're saying he hasn't hired any.
Yeah, we're talking about African Americans in this country. I mean, you're talking about Judge Jeanine Pirro. You're talking about Judge Jeanine Pirro.
Now you're saying African American.
No, okay. Well, I'm saying it now. I believe I said it clearly, but we're talking about in this country.
You kept saying minorities at the beginning, and only like right now you started saying.
You really see Jeanine Pirro as a minority?
He's Lebanese. That's a very small minority.
All right. You're Egyptian, right?
I'm pretty sure she's a Christian Lebanese. That means she was like probably kicked out of her country when.
You know something. I'm gonna tell you something. In my entire life, I've never heard someone suggest that Lebanese are. Listen, I'll just say it like this: just like there's a difference between Cubans and some other Hispanic cultures, some of them folks can essentially pass as white. I've never heard anybody suggest that Lebanese are considered to be black or among that crowd. I've never heard that.
I mean, just like Egyptians, they could pass as white or black or in the middle or Spanish. I mean, other than Miami, I get people walking up to me speaking Spanish all the time.
So where are the blacks that can pass as black being hired by him?
Listen, the problem is he doesn't have a roster to choose from. Like, you act like he has like 1,000 options and he's ignoring them.
He does have 1,000. Wait. What do you mean by that?
Black people he could hire. He did hire them. He hired Omarosa. He hired Ben Carson. I mean,
that's been 9 years ago, MAGA. I'm asking you why.
He doesn't have anybody. Who's he going to hire?
You can't find in a country of 350 million people not one African American that has the merit. Not one.
Not high level GOP. I mean, the voter base is only just got to 13%, or not even. What is it at? It's like at 6% and only like 13% men. Something like that. It's gone up, but it's still very tiny. He's got no one to work with. He's got one senator and one congressman, and if he loses either, he can't pass any bills.
Shit, why not handle? I mean, you
have to stop promoting congressmen to the freaking administration because his lead is 0 in House.
You're telling me, hold on. You're telling me at a time when Trump's support from African Americans, particularly the males, it increased, yet he can't find anyone with merit.
That's voter support, not black politician support, and it's I mean, something like that has to be like developed, and hopefully by the next.
Wait a minute, hold on, MAGA. Judge Jeanine Pirro wasn't. I mean, she was a judge. There's plenty of African American judges that he could have picked from. There's plenty. I'm sure there's many African American judges that vote right. He appointed some federal judges in his first term. He couldn't promote any of them. I mean, there's plenty. What do you mean? You make it sound like there's no one in the whole country?
I mean, none that I know of. Can you name any?
I'm going to give what Denkel said in the comments. He found her.
None that he doesn't trust.
Hold on, hang on. How did he find Herschel Walker and try to promote him to the Senate?
I mean, because he was, and it didn't work out. So you want him to grab just random black celebrities he wants and get his ass kicked?
That's kind of what we did with him. We grabbed a random celebrity.
Yeah, and it didn't work out. You're picking a loser here. You're picking a really bad loser. He should have easily won.
I don't know about easily won, but but I'm shocked that you would suggest in a country this size that we're having a hard time finding any African Americans with merit. So are we?
I didn't say with merit. I said GOP that Trump could trust. I mean, all he has is Ben Carson, the senator from South Carolina, the other congressmen. There's only like two. I can't think of their names right now. And other than them, like, who else can he? He has to be a non-congressman and someone that's in politics. Like, I don't know. I don't know anybody.
I think, I think that
Fox News. Come on.
I think that go get Harris Faulkner. You want something? I mean, she's at Fox. She's black. I mean, I think here's the problem. Trump's been a politician now for almost a decade. Fact is, you're suggesting that he can't find an African American he can trust after being in politics for 10 years, because he started in 2015. So he's been in politics for 10 years, and you're telling me even now he can't find that would suggest that you don't surround yourself with many African Americans.
I mean, that is the problem. There isn't a lot in the GOP.
Why do you think that is?
There's only two that I know of, or I mean, three now that you mentioned Faulkner. But she's on TV.
So is the rest of them. 23 Fox personalities have went to the Trump administration. He's literally took 20. Kimberly Guilfoyle, who worked on the campaign, she was on TV. Even his border czar, Tom Homan, who worked for the Obama administration, he took him off of Fox.
Okay, I mean, what do you want me to say? You haven't named me a single conservative other than the one on TV. I just, that's what I think. I haven't heard anything to the alternative.
What I'm
he had options like Ben Carson and Omarosa. He hired them, and remember, Omarosa stabbed him in the back. So that probably didn't leave a good taste in his mouth.
How did she stab him? How did she stab him in the back? If she left the administration claiming he's racist, is that stabbing him in the back?
She wrote books and kept giving out she was on TV going against him every day after she left.
Well, she believed the man was
It
racist.
wasn't just calling him racist. It was a million things.
Well,
I mean, she went ham against him.
Well, she believed the guy was a terrible employer. We do believe in free speech, right?
Okay, and she got a book deal out of it.
Okay. Everybody that works in the Trump administration has an open book deal. You know that. All of them do.
I know. But again, that's why he's so careful. Like, he's so worried about getting backstabbed. He's hiring people from Fox. You know? I don't like it, but I understand it.
So then I'm trying to figure out, okay, if he can't find African Americans, then why is he firing so many of them?
Well, the general that you keep bringing up, he didn't fire him because he was a DEI hire. He fired him because he was using DEI to hire people. Like, Trump says, I don't want no more DEI hiring. And this guy was like, no, I'm going to keep hiring DEI. It had nothing to do with his own merits. It had to do with the merits of people he was hiring.
That ain't what was reported, though. What was reported is that...
No, that's what I read in all the articles I read. It had nothing to do with his actual merit. It's because he was still following the DEI policy and hiring with DEI.
Okay, let me ask you that.
He literally announced it that I'm going to keep hiring DEI. And Trump's like, okay, you're not going to follow my direction, then yeah, have a good day.
Okay, and let me ask you that, because I guess what I'm trying to find out is we're constantly hearing about DEI. Have they produced anyone that was hired due to DEI and actually lack merit? Because they've terminated a lot of folks, and they're using this term DEI over and over again. Have you seen anybody that actually got fired that did not have merit?
No, I don't think so. And I've told you this several times. I don't believe the issue is lack of merits in the hiring. The issue is when you say you're going to hire DEI, you turn off a lot of good candidates because they think they're not going to get hired because they're not minority or LGBTQ.
So you believe hiring based on DEI is hiring people specifically because they're minority or LGBTQ?
Yeah, that is the definition of it.
So what's I don't know if that's true, but
what am I getting wrong in the definition?
Well, diversity, equity, inclusion is not specifically hiring people because they are black or Hispanic or a woman. It's making sure that that's part of your hiring process. It's whereas you're just not excluding. What Trump is doing, let's look at his administration, where it's essentially all white, is the exact opposite of hiring based on DEI. He literally is on, like you mentioned, I can't find anybody but good white guys. That's what he's doing.
Look, you keep saying that, but his secretary.
No, that's what you see. That's kind of what you see.
Got more women than I could count in his administration. So again, it's just what he has available to him.
Right.
It's not like he's hired every person of color that he could hire. That the first person he picked was Cuban.
But why are we assuming, even though his administration is mostly white, we're assuming that's all he could find? But when somebody else is hiring and they got a lot of African Americans or gays or women work, well, you don't assume that's all they could find. You assume they were deliberately looking for women, gays, and blacks. Maybe that's all they could find.
I mean, but they're actively saying, like, it's not Trump. Trump is not saying I'm only hiring white. These people are actively saying I'm only hiring minorities and I'm going to do DEI and only hire minorities because I don't think I hired enough.
You think the Joint Chiefs
minorities the entire time, and we had no issues with it until they kept announcing it.
You think the Joint you think the Joint Chiefs of Staff that you're talking about, you think that guy was only hiring minorities?
Well, I don't know who he's actually hiring, but when you advertise that you're doing DEI, you turn off a lot of regular people to applying for the job.
No, you turn off a lot of white people. You don't turn off a lot of regular. You turn off. Ain't nobody of color. Ain't no. There's no LGBT member like I don't like DEI. No, you're turning off white people when you say that. That's who you're turning off.
Turn off straight black people or straight black men that think, oh, I'm not a woman, I'm not LGBTQ, so I'm not gonna get hired. You could be surprised who get turned off by simple things like that. Even if it's not true at all, people just hear shit and they're like, they use any excuse to be lazy and not apply for the job.
Okay. Now I want to read. I got something else I want to. We obviously disagree as usual, but that's no big deal. I want to read something to you that I received from one of the viewers on the show, and I don't want to reveal their name, so let me blow this up a little bit.
And for the record, it's not me. I haven't sent you any long paragraphs in like a year at least.
No, I'll tell you something. You've talked to this person in the comments, and many of you, this person has been on the show and all of that. So this was a regular viewer. This person is indeed MAGA. Now they said.
No, I just have to clarify that because when you were describing him, I was like, wait, did I send him something? I forgot. I had to go in my messages to make sure it wasn't me.
Well, like I said, I would not out you. It doesn't matter what you send. I would not out you. But we were talking about the topic we're talking very much about now. And I want to read some of this to you and see maybe if you agree, disagree, or you feel indifferent about it. This person stated.
I heard it earlier. I disagree with all of it.
You disagree?
Or at least
okay.
90% of it.
90%. So just for folks who go ahead.
This is someone that I don't think is exposed to that many minorities. So he's just thinking. This is just him thinking to himself. He hasn't actually experienced anything that would actually prove this to him. Or he might have experienced one or two bad people that had nothing to do with their race, but he blamed their race. But I mean, I'm here in Miami. I've experienced every nationality under the fucking sun, and none of that's true for any nationality.
Okay, finally we agree on something. Go ahead.
No, we agree on a lot. But I do the same thing you do, where I play devil's advocate and try to explain shit I don't agree with.
Really? I didn't see that. I haven't seen that. All right, well, I gotta move. I gotta move it on since we do agree.
I'm describing are not my personal beliefs. I'm just explaining what Trump's doing or what he's thinking, what he's saying.
I don't know if you're totally doing that. I think you might be just defending him a little bit, but blindly defending him. But nevertheless, I gotta move it on.
I can defend someone and not agree with them.
Fair enough. MAGA Reacts, thanks for coming through.
Pleasure as always.
Always. All right, look it in the comments real quick for those who do not know what I was about to read. I'll give you a quick, because there's obviously a few hundred of you folks, and many of you just came in here. This came from a viewer. I don't know why my HDMI cord is so bad, but that's why the monitor keeps going up. But this individual is a Trump supporter, which I enjoy talking to Trump supporters, but the person stated, and this is in regards to what we're talking about today. I'll be totally, completely honest with you. If I was in politics or I was a CEO of a major company, I would be really nervous and leery about hiring a black person. I would want to scrutinize them very carefully to look at their background, their social media posts, etc., especially if it was a high position with control or authority. Why? Not because I am racist, but because I inherently don't trust them. There are many more blacks racist than whites. There are many, many more blacks who have chips on their shoulder than whites do. There are many, many more problems firing a black person than a white person. Blacks by far let their racial feelings interfere with their work more than whites do. Blacks are by far a greater liability. Look at Don Lemon, one example. Trump opened up his heart to him, let him interview him, etc. I'll just tell you this. While I'm on the other side of this, I don't disagree with all of it. And I'll take the next caller in a moment here, but I want to talk about a little bit of it. Because I think some of it is true, but there is, in my opinion, somewhat of an explanation. Now, if you say you don't trust someone simply because of their skin color, then follow up by saying, but I am not racist, I don't know where to go with that. I don't trust blue people, but I don't hate blue people. I don't know where to go with that. Listen, I don't trust crocodiles because I don't like them. I expect them to do something bad to me. I don't know where that would go. But in regards to the comment that there are many, many more blacks who have chips on their shoulders, or it's harder to fire a black person and they're a liability. While there may be some validity, some of that stuff, it's based on history. I mean, it's based on history. I mean, the chip that blacks have on their shoulder is not just fabricated out of thin air. A lot of this stuff is based on history. No different than some folks have a chip on their shoulder when you let, say, Muslims on an aircraft. I mean, it's based on things that have happened in history. I gotta assume that if anyone else had treated the United States as badly as blacks treated whites, or better yet, whites treated blacks, we wouldn't like to. I mean, the history of white treatment to blacks is horrible. I mean, it's horrifying. I mean, just think about how we feel about the Muslim community. And what the Muslim community has done to America is not even in the same universe as what the white community has done to blacks. I'm not saying it's justified to feel this way in 2025. I'm just telling you there is a historical context behind it. It's not made up out of thin air. So if you look at history, history does indicate something. No different than folks have an issue about blacks protesting because of the way BLM was. Well, BLM didn't go on for 400 years. So if you haven't gotten over BLM, but you're telling people, just look at the historical context of it. Looking in the comments, though, last caller said, for the record, I currently employ Colombians, Pakistanis, Indians, Russians, Israelis, and Brazilians. What do black folks said? MAGA reacts. So how many whites that post negative content get looked up or locked? What are you saying there, Debo? I don't quite get that one. Real quick in the comments, Will G says Arabs I meant. Okay, I missed something there. And it says Alabama, including Lebanese, are considered white. In Dow versus the United States Court of Appeals ruled that Syrians were included in the term white persons. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That came from Will G. Appreciate that tad bit of knowledge. He is suggesting that the courts have previously ruled that folks in that region are considered white in America. Did not know that. And even get a case, what is it? Says Dow versus the United States from 1915. So, yeah, because I've never heard of them referred to as white. I mean, as black. I had never heard of that. When you look up a social media profile and it's pants at the knees and guns in the photos, then what, Tim? I'll respond to that, Cedric, in a moment. The term white in America started out as a status until it became a color of people. Italians or Irish weren't considered white until they joined the team because they were getting too close to blacks. Yeah, when they first, every group of immigrants that came to this country in the beginning were ostracized. But yeah, I've heard that and I've seen it. And he continues by saying whites were not even a majority until the powers that started including fair-skinned minorities like Italians and Arabs. So in other words, they included other folks other than just I guess what were they originally, just the folks from England? And then they started including anybody that came from Europe. So now it's the European thing. Okay, so Cedric, you asked a question. When you look up on social media, when you look up on a social media profile and it's pants at the knees and guns in the photos, then what, Tim? So you're suggesting that some of the negative viewpoint towards minorities comes from how they make polls on social media with their pants around their ass and having guns in photos. Now, I can't believe you. We're talking about the pants around the ass, but guns? My 2A crowd suddenly has a problem with somebody having a gun in a photo? Really? Does anybody look at Colin Neor? He's a black African-American that's a representative of the NRA, and he has a very successful social media platform. He's all over YouTube. He has guns in every video. So guns, really? So the guns make no sense because the same folks that might criticize the black community for having their pants around their asses and having guns in photos are willing to die to protect Americans that have guns. So the guns part of it makes no sense. Now, I'll tell you in regards to the pants around their asses. Look, it goes against the perceived fashion code. I mean, I don't see what's the difference between looking at some black with his pants around his ass and looking at Elvis Presley wearing all that shit he used to wear, or Liberace. You just don't like the African-American dress code and you're okay with Elvis. Elvis went down as a white hero. I mean, nobody dresses like that out in public. So, listen, look, I'm just going to say it this way. We have a way we like tradition in this country to proceed. And it's just not viewed favorably when African-Americans alter that tradition in any way. I mean, whether it's their dances, whether it's their hairstyles, whether it's their slang, whether it's their music. When this stuff comes out, it's always met with resistance. I go back to the days when breakdancing was viewed as hostile. You know, rap music before gangster rap was viewed as hostile. French braids, also known as cornrows, were viewed as negative. Now it's pants around their ass. It's just that it's being created by the African-American community, and that makes it face resistance. I don't think there's anything the African-American community came out with in terms of style that was not originally met with resistance. It gets accepted later on. Now, I don't think the pants around the ass thing is going to get accepted anytime soon, but we know how rap music was viewed in some of the other styles. I mean, so we'll see how it goes, but yeah, if that's all it takes, and I would tell you this, it doesn't matter how many outlaws you see on social media that happen to be white. It's not going to change your opinion of white people. So really, it shouldn't change your opinion of blacks. You should understand there's a hell of a lot of African Americans that don't sag their pants or make social media posts with guns in them. So don't let that tarnish the entire group of people, because there's nothing you're going to see from whites that's going to make you tarnish that group of people. My opinion, you kind of almost have to already have hate in your heart for that to happen. I don't care how many whites you see on cops getting arrested or committing crimes. It's not going to change your opinion of white people. So all of a sudden, do you see blacks doing it, and it starts to change your opinion of blacks? I don't think it really is changing it. I think it's kind of already there. Anyway, looking in the comments, though, continuing on, I'm old-fashioned in that regard. I hate how most people dress for work these days. Look, I mean, it's the same thing. The old folks who go to church say the same thing. When I was a kid, everybody wore a suit to church. Now they're starting to realize if we keep forcing people to dress in manners they don't want to, we're losing members. So a lot of churches are like, just come as you are. I mean, you're forcing things on people that they don't like, and you're losing membership in the process. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program. By the way, you can't go around talking about how much you love a free country and then get pissed off when people exercise freedoms. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Tough times today. We're talking about victim mentality and the at least appearance that the Trump administration is terminating the hell of a lot of people of color, but hiring very few. Are you seeing it that way, or does it sound like I'm pulling this out of my ass?
No, it's always been like that with him. I mean, he had the. It's just so disingenuous to somebody like MAGA Reacts to be like, well, what about Omarosa? Like, what the fuck?
Well,
what about Ben, the guy he put in front of public housing? I mean, him sitting up there saying, well, can you name the people? Well, he doesn't understand that the government is a large fucking organization. There are black people all through it that we don't know that have the merit and the qualifications to do those jobs. He's saying it like the only black people is the people that we see.
Well, but I mean,
and he's got no choice but to hire people from Fox News because he needs to hire people he trusts. That's not his job to hire people he trusts. It's supposed to be merit-based, the best person for the job.
Wait, Dick. I gotta defend him a little bit. I mean, if you were in Trump's position as commander-in-chief or even as a mayor or a governor, hiring somebody you trust, in addition to merit, wondering if you could trust that person, certainly if you had an agenda as radical as Trump's is, you would hire people you could trust too. That would be one of your considerations, right?
Yeah, if you planned on following the law, you can trust a whole lot of people because they might differ from you, but they're not going to be breaking the law. He's trying to find people he can trust so they won't tell that he's breaking the law. That's different. There are plenty of organizations, the FBI, the CIA, all of those people who cross over because they have 10-year periods. Because they cross over, because it's not about who the president is. They're following the law.
Yeah. No, I guess that when I say radical agenda, let's say, for instance, we're coming up in a time before civil rights or before same-sex couples are allowed to really have any freedoms, or what's happening with the trans. They're trying to really pretty much stop even acknowledging them. And you wanted to have an administration that was favorable to trans rights, gay rights, or civil rights or something like that, and you had to appoint people. You would want to appoint people that you could trust, because you're going to have to, look, I get your point about following the law, but if a lot of the laws are against civil rights, you're going to probably have to hire people that are willing to push the envelope.
Exactly. You want to hire people who would break the law with you.
Okay, so
that's not I hire the best people. I'm hiring on merit. Those people don't have the merit to actually have those jobs. Saying that Judge Janine was a prosecutor or something 30 years ago don't mean she's the best person for the job when you got people that have been in the system, that know the system, who have been operating under that system for 30, 40 years actively.
Yeah.
Just putting her in there because she agrees with everything he says doesn't mean she's got the merit or the qualifications.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the challenge on Judge Janine because, I mean, even though she does, on paper, she's done enough to have the merit for that position, but you are right. She's been out of the game for so long. Like, for instance, I have a background in telecommunications as an engineer, but I've been out of that game for a while. So I got a lengthy resume, but it doesn't apply to the current technology that's out. And most likely, Judge Janine Pirro might be in a similar situation, but
right, because the law is constantly evolving,
it's evolving,
or changing all the time. That's just like I used to do taxes for the military, 20 years ago. I couldn't just walk in there like, yeah, I used to do taxes, back in the day. So no, because every year it's updating. You have to go through seminars. You have to do training, like all of that stuff. So The legal system is far different.
Yeah.
Back when she was doing what she was doing, they're talking about, oh yeah, because she used to show so much compassion when she was on that television show Catching Criminals. What?
So if you're suggesting that there are plenty of African Americans throughout government that could have the merit for cabinet positions, then why do you think he's not hiring any?
We already know why he's not hiring them.
Maybe you can't.
It's just people like MAGA Reacts that'll get up there and say there just aren't none. There's just none. That's why he is not hiring them.
Well, I mean, there has to be some reason. Maybe he's not coming in contact with them. Maybe they're not putting in a resume. Maybe they're not putting up for the position.
Dude, he had old Buck Dancing Byron. He chose not to put him in there.
Buck Dancing Byron, really?
Yeah. And he had Teetotaler Timothy. I love you, man, Scott.
Yeah, I will say certainly for Tim Scott. Because Tim Scott was appointed by Nikki Haley, and he didn't even endorse Nikki Haley when she was trying to primary Trump. So he really showed loyalty to Trump. Why Trump did not do anything for Tim Scott? That was like a what do you call it? A lob. That was an easy one to hit. I don't know why he didn't do anything.
That was alley-oop. He could have had that. We wouldn't even be able to have this conversation if he would have did that.
Yeah, I don't know.
He didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't put Tim Scott in that. Yeah, that's an easy one. So you said so. We obviously know why. So I'm going to have you address the elephant in the room. Why do you think he's mostly, if not completely, avoiding hiring, let's say, people of color to his administration, with the exception of the likes of Marco Rubio? MAGA Reacts tried to suggest that Judge Jeanine Pirro is a person of color, but
okay. Well, I'll avoid just flat out just saying racist, but I believe that he does not believe that a lot of black people have the capacity to operate in those high level positions.
What about?
he said it in so much. He said he doesn't want any black people touching his money. He only wants people that wear yarmulkes to touch his money. He fired the guy from he fired the guy that won the black guy that won on The Apprentice, saying he was too smart. He tried to have the whites against the blacks on his Apprentice show, but they shot it down. Like, he's done a lot of things. He said a lot of things. He calls all of these black people, and especially these black women, what does he call them? Low IQ. He calls them low IQ because he believes that inherently black people don't have the capacity. That's just not me saying it, and I ain't saying racist. I'm just saying he thinks very poorly of black people. He used Omarosa as a prompt to say, see, look what I did.
So,
and when that didn't work out, he called her every name in the book.
So if he is as bad as you say, you know what I'm going to follow up and ask, why the hell did he increase his vote with the black community, particularly with black males? Are you sure you're judging him right? Because
I am positive. He increased his popularity with mainly young black black men. Yeah. And it's because a lot of them, for one, they don't know his history. They just know him from now. They don't know about all of the stuff in his past. All they know is that he's a wealthy person, and a lot of black American youth, they cherish wealth. They believe that wealth makes you like smart or important. And so they voted out of ignorance. And I don't mean to make it sound like that.
Wait, man. Yeah, I'm going to push back. You're telling me that blacks that voted for Trump voted out of ignorance?
Yes. And when I say ignorance, you got to use it. You got to look up the definition. It's for lack of understanding.
But what about the whole notion that the economy sucked under Biden, the border was wide open, letting immigrants in liberal cities, wars are breaking out. Now, obviously, that's not much of a defense now, but wars were breaking out under Biden, and he just didn't come across as if he had the cognitive ability to continue. What about blacks voting for Trump because they didn't like what the Democrats were doing, such as not defending girls in sports and all of that?
Because if anybody votes because no new wars were started, or just see those key words, those lines, those punchlines that he says is what's going to get a person that doesn't have very much education. You can't say, well, wars were started under this president, or no new wars, or I could have stopped the war. Like, that's not a legitimate reason to vote for somebody, and that's definitely not why the young black youth voted for him.
I gotta disagree with you. When people are calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe, and Trump is telling you I could end this war in 24 hours with the Ukraine war, and this other war wouldn't even happen at all, but yet the current president is actively participating in genocide. If you care about what's going on in Gaza, it might lead you to go to Trump.
Right, but if they really understood what was going on in that country, then they would know that Genocide Joe is just a catchphrase. He had been pursuing the relationship that we had always had with them. But he was the only one who was talking about, what did he do? He didn't do enough. We can all agree. But what did he do? He started withholding the larger artillery. He started talking about withholding American weapons prior to him losing the election. If somebody voted for him because, man, them young dudes didn't give a shit about Palestine. You ain't seen none of them motherfuckers was out there. They wasn't walking. They wasn't out there marching. They wasn't out there. That wasn't nothing. That was the young black women. But the black young African American dudes that flipped, they didn't flip because of the wars and none of that shit.
I'll tell you something. In my opinion, I think the difference between the African American men and the African American women is that Trump comes across as an alpha male, a man's man, whereas the liberal party has now started to cave to feminism and, as they say, the thee, though, and they, and them, and all of that. Whereas the Republican side, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, and a lot of African American males like that tradition where we know what gender is.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's so that simplistic way of thinking is what they succumb to.
Is that simplistic, or is that the right way? I mean, is that really simplistic?
No, it's not the right. Look, a lot of these men is mad at women because these women, then for whatever reason, then went out and got their education, and a lot of women is saying they don't need us no more. And black men is pissed. Young black men are pissed off because we don't have that position in patriarchy like they would like to have. Because these women can tell them to go take a hike. Because they do have to depend on their girlfriends. All of these women is out here. They're becoming the most educated group of people in the United States. Yeah, they pissed off. And they gonna lean towards somebody who said, you need to regain your masculinity back. I don't need to regain shit. I'm a man. I know I'm a man. I take care of my business. I run my household. Ain't nothing nobody can tell me. And I'm proud of the black women that's going out there getting their education because the system has set them up for failure for so long that now they're making a move. And it's a lot of young black men who can't stomach it. They want to be able to dominate.
All right now. Okay, but I'm just simply saying, I have a lot of follow-up to that, but I'm just simply saying that it does. What about the whole LGBTQ thing where, under the Trump administration, you don't have to ever worry about going on a date with a woman and reaching down and finding out there's actually a man. Trump is going to prevent that from happening to you.
How is he going to prevent that from happening?
Because he damn near want to make trans folks illegal. I mean, he's trying to get rid of them motherfuckers completely.
But it's all according to these catchphrases and these things that are like, you're not going to stop trans people from being trans. They're still going to the bathroom. You don't know. Some of them, you don't know that they in the bathroom at the same time. And the ones that's ugly and look like a dude, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? You gonna call the police? Like, how is that in practice?
Well, the goal,
I mean,
I think you're right. You can't stop it, but the goal is to push them back into the shadows, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah. And one thing, like, look, we as liberals, we take pride in being the big tent. So we want to fight for everybody's right to be a human being, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and all of that stuff. And part of that, it makes us vulnerable because they can stand from the outside and look in, and they can say, "Oh, you're defending that. Oh, you're defending that." Like they saying now, "Oh, you guys are defending terrorists, gangs, Trinidad, Agua, and you guys are defending all of this stuff."
I can't tell you how many times I've heard that thrown at me on some of these lives. But you know what I got to do. But you are right about the Big Ten thing. I'll speak on it in a minute. But thank you for coming through as always.
All right, take care.
All right, pleasure. And he is correct. What I was going to say is when he talks about the Big Ten party, I've said it numerous times on the program, it is far easier to be a Republican politician than a liberal politician because liberals do have to address issues that the Muslim community are concerned about. You got to address issues that blacks or Hispanics or gays or women and feminists, you got to address issues that they're all bitching and complaining about. If you are a conservative politician, all you have to do is address the issues concerning straight, white, Christian males, and you can win on that alone. In fact, other factions of the conservative party pretty much fall in line with the values of straight, white, Christian males. I mean, you got the females believe that we should be pro-life as well. I mean, most of the same values that straight white Christian males believe in, the female conservatives are going to be on the same side of that. So as long as you address that one group of people, you kind of covered the spectrum. You can't do that as a liberal politician because everybody's bitching back and forth. And it does make it a lot harder to be a Big Tent party under those circumstances. Looking in the comments, though, or a Big Tent politician, rather. Will G says, rest in peace to my New York Knicks going down in flames. They got their ass kicked. I saw the end of that game. On game 4, anyway, Trump ain't shit. He says, trying to rename the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Arabia. Talk about America. Why would he be over in another part of the world trying to rename a waterway? I don't even know why. Look, I've said this before. A lot of the things that Trump is doing that, as some folks might suggest, shows he has a very successful presidency. Some of that stuff is just ceremonial victories because it doesn't benefit the American person at all. And for instance, changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Who benefits from that? It's ceremonial. I like the fact that he stood up and showed dominance on behalf of America. Great. But how does it benefit any American in any way, fashion, or form? In fact, a lot of American businesses that are down on the Gulf probably are going to be hurting because they got to repaint the name of their businesses and shit. Signs that are on their businesses. Signs that may be on the highway got to be changed. So it's just a ceremonial victory, such as kind of like sticking it to the libs. Some of the things Trump has done, such as sticking it to the libs, are being celebrated, but in reality, they're just ceremonial. They're not benefiting really anyone at all. And yeah, certainly renaming bodies of water does nothing for any American whatsoever that I can think of. Maybe someone in the comments can correct me. But continuing on, Will G says, I told you before, a few shows back that Trump was born in Jim Crow and how rich white people especially treated black people. So it's no surprise he mentally framed a black person's place back there. Well, they said the same about Biden. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, any white male that grew up during the time Trump and Biden grew up probably has a little bit of racism in them. And I'm going to use myself as an example. I've done this before in the program. Any male, even black males, that grew up during the era where I came up, 70s and 80s, probably has a little bit of homophobia in them. It was just the way the country was back then. When Trump and Biden were coming up, it was normal to be bigoted is what I'm looking for. It was normal. When I was coming up, it was normal to be homophobic. You throw like a girl, or that was a gay swing, or whatever the case may be. You carry yourself like the P word. I mean, we just threw it around. So, I mean, I'm not defending it, but I am explaining. When Trump and Biden both almost in their 80s. Not only did they grow up during that era, they grew up rich. So they absolutely were around nothing African American, unless it was a servant. Particularly Trump. I don't believe Biden grew up poor either, because he's been in politics, I think, since he was 29. He was the youngest in Congress when he got in there at the time. So both of these men have not been around minorities in any capacity back in the day. I mean, they were all in a position where money was not an object. And there's very few minorities when you go back to the 40s and 50s that can say money was not an object in their lives. So I get it. I'm not defending it, but I can totally understand it. Don't give me that Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi was in the same era, because you can see how they treat blacks versus Trump. Probably, I'll say this in regards to comparing how Biden, Pelosi treat blacks versus Trump. Evolution is probably at play. Now, I'm completely speculating because I don't know how these folks were 30, 40 years ago. But my guess is, considering that they all have been wealthy in elite areas of the white community, they probably all were like that 1960s and 1970s. It's just that maybe the Biden and the Pelosi's have evolved a little bit more than Trump has. And party affiliation may have something to do with that as well. You're not going to be a Democrat and have that same mindset, with the exception of if you believe in, because I said you can't be a Democrat like that, but here's someone who says something different.
These do likewise. The white liberal differs from the white conservative only in one way. The liberal is more deceitful, more hypocritical than the conservative. Both want power, but the white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism, false promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have complete cooperation of the Negro civil rights leader, who sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gains.
By way of yes or no in the comments, how many folks agree with Malcolm X in suggesting that what he is saying back then is still relevant today? That the white liberal is essentially exploiting the Negro? Yes or no in the comments. How many folks agree that what Malcolm X said back then in the 60s is still relevant in 2025? I'm curious to see what in the comments. You hear this floating around on YouTube, on TikTok, on social media, primarily in conservative circles, using the words of Malcolm X. But before I go to the next caller, and I'm going to ask you to tap the screen because I haven't asked you to do that at all. If you want to share the live, do that as well. But get your boy up to about 40,000. We can make that happen. A good minute of tap and tap the screen, get the likes up. I'm going to do something that's in the tradition of President Trump. Because anytime you play any video by President Trump that does not reflect on President Trump in a positive manner, how does MAGA typically respond? It's out of context, it was a joke, or you didn't play the whole video. Now, the reason I'm saying play the whole video, because that applies here. That absolutely applies here. I started out deliberately in the middle of this video because I wanted to play the part you often hear. about how the white liberals are exploiting blacks. There's a good minute of conversation from Malcolm X before that they don't play.
In this crooked game of power politics here in America, the Negro, namely the race problem, integration, civil rights issue, are all nothing but tools used by the whites who call themselves liberals against another group of whites who call themselves conservatives, either to get into power or to retain power. Among whites here in America, the political teams are no longer divided into Democrats and Republicans. The whites who are now struggling for control of the American political throne are divided into liberal and conservative camps. The white liberals from both parties cross party lines to work together toward the same goal. And white conservatives from both parties do likewise.
So if you hear that, he is essentially saying that they're kind of birds of a feather. He speaks in detail on white liberals, but he makes it clear that neither side is any good. I mean, you don't hear, he's not speaking favorably of conservatives at all. He's just suggesting that white liberals, because they got access to the black community, are exploiting them. But he's not suggesting in any way, fashion, or form that the Negro would be better to abandon the liberal party and go conservative. He's telling you they're both bad. He's telling you they're both bad, which is why they don't play that part of it. And this video was like 7 minutes long. I guarantee you if I played all 7 minutes, most conservatives would not agree with 80% of it or more. He doesn't find white people trustworthy, period. But they specifically took out the part where he's banging liberals for obvious reasons. I understand why it's done, but I just wanted you to hear the whole thing because this is the way things operate in Trump fashion, where you people say, well, you took him out of context. He was telling a joke, or play the whole video. So next time you hear this, I suggest you do the same to the person giving it to you. Tell them to play the whole video. And that conversation will end pretty quick. Anyhow, going back to the box, America has two parties, center right and far right. The Europeans agree with that. He says you a chump. It's an hour and a half long. The ballad of the bullet, stop grandstanding. Okay, that's what I'm doing now. The Nation of Islam is the black man's KKK. In what way? The Nation of Islam didn't lynch folks. The Nation of Islam has never bombed the church. The Nation of Islam has never really penetrated government. They're not sheriffs. They're not working as mayors and shit. How do you compare those two? The Nation of Islam has nowhere near the history, the power that the KKK has had through. I mean, it's just not even in the same realm. Not even in the same realm. I mean, if you really want to compare it to, I would say that the Nation of Islam compared to the KKK is essentially all talk. KKK is action. They're action. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with Jeremy. Good evening, Jeremy. Welcome to the program. Do you see that, Jeremy? That there are similarities between the Nation of Islam and the KKK?
I haven't studied the Nation of Islam, so I can't speak on them. It wouldn't be fair of me to do that.
I haven't studied the KKK, but we know about them because they're so damn notorious.
Yeah, but but again, well, I think that's mostly because the left controls the media, at least most of it. Now, it's become more democratized as the internet has come around, but for a majority of time, the institutions that gave you the majority of your information were all left-wing.
Okay,
and some of them were highly communist.
I'll respond when you say that's because the left controls the media. When the right controlled the media, when the KKK was at its height, they made sure you knew about them too. You ever heard of Birth of a Nation?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Right.
That was
so you're going to hear about the KKK no matter who controls the media.
Yeah, but yeah, I know you're going to hear about the Democrats' little pet that they didn't want to admit that they had for a long time. I understand that.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Okay, you got an echo. Are you on Bluetooth or something?
Here, look, give me a second.
That was okay. Yeah, hang on a second, and that's why the ex Malcolm X, because that's why they assassinated Malcolm X, because the FBI and CIA has been a Republican institution. Can't talk bad about Republicans at all. Wow. So he is saying it because they took out Malcolm X. Well, the FBI, we know, with Hoover and all of that. So I mean, okay, but I don't know. I don't know if he was taken out. You think the government actually did take him out? If you watch,
just like Martin Luther King. Yeah, absolutely. The MLK was also taken out by the CIA. Well, actually, the FBI, I should say. The FBI. My bad. JFK was done by the CIA.
I would say. It could be. You certainly, you and Will G could, even though you're on the opposite ends of the political spectrum, you both could be right. Yeah. But I think the evidence from Martin Luther King to me seems a lot more closer to that, because there's got to be a reason why they're hiding his files for so damn long. I mean, how long ago has it been? Like 70 years? Why is that stuff not declassified yet? There has to be. Go ahead.
You don't even need that. There's a YouTuber you should look up known as Wendigoon. He did an entire video on this that basically proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was absolutely the FBI that offed MLK. Even MLK's kids think that the supposed shooter that did the actual job wasn't the actual shooter. They actually sued the government, and they actually paid for the lawyer of the guy who was accused of shooting MLK.
I think that guy did he recently just die? I cannot think of the guy's name right now, but yeah, I am aware of what you're talking about, that they don't believe he's the killer either. But
James Earl Ray, I think his name is.
Yeah. The idea that they're still keeping his file classified, even Obama didn't declassify it. My guess is it probably makes America look so fucking racist that even Obama realized all this is going to do is create riots and chaos. I mean, I believe that. I absolutely believe the government took him out.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. So, back to what we were talking about with the Nation of Islam. I can't speak to the Nation of Islam because I just don't know enough about them. I don't trust them because there are black supremacist groups out there. A lot of them are trained Marxists and communists. What a shock. But I don't want to speak on people that I don't know much about.
Well, you and I have had this conversation about Marxists and all this. I'll tell you this right off the bat. If there are some of these folks out that you're claiming are trained Marxists and communists, it could possibly be because the capitalist system has not historically been very good to blacks.
I would say the opposite. Okay, look at Stalin. He was a hardcore racist. So was Chairman Mao. So was Pol Pot. The only ones that really were kind of the opposite were Lenin and Franco. Although Franco was a fascist, not a communist, but socialist nonetheless. Because fascists and communists are socialists.
But so what's the point, though? I mean, in America, we know our capitalist government was totally okay with all sorts of awful deeds to black people. So, I mean, I don't see where, you take what the South was doing, you're talking about outright slavery. I don't see anything Stalin did that's any worse than that.
Ooh, then you don't know the history of Stalin. Just look up the Holodomor. Just real quick, just type on your computer Holodomor. It'll make the Holocaust look like a field trip.
I hear what you're saying, but I think the issue here is we talk about the Holocaust, we talk about Stalin, when we're talking about, awful leaders and dictators. The difference is what Stalin, what Mussolini, what Adolf, what they did actually got out and the world knows. What happened in America, a lot of that shit still hasn't gotten out. I mean, there's a reason why people are telling you the Confederate flag is about pride and heritage and the Civil War was not about slavery. I mean, what we were able to do in this country, we let the loser of the Civil War write a lot of its history, and they wrote a lot of the atrocities out. Now, you talk about all of the killings or assassinations from Stalin or somebody like that. I will submit this to you. There are mass graves all over this country that we have not uncovered. They killed a lot of people, far, far more than we ever know, because once they buried them, there was no marking anything. They just built a highway or something right over them. So there's no way to suggest
there
that.
might be some.
Yeah, there's a lot. Wait, hold on. You're talking 400 years of this. Where are all of the bodies? How many people would die in 400 years of slavery? What number would that be?
Well, we haven't been a nation that long. We've only been a nation for about 350. Actually, I wouldn't even say 350, more like 310.
Okay, so what do? We don't count what our people were doing until they decided we're going to become a nation while we're doing it? It's the same people.
Let's just get back to the point.
It's the same people.
First off, here's the one thing that America will always say. Slavery was a great injustice that was committed upon innocent people that did not deserve it at all.
Okay.
You and I can absolutely agree with that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, capitalism is really more like a loose cannon. It doesn't really care who uses it. Evil and good both can use capitalism. Capitalism is neither good nor bad. It is just
But that's the point when it comes to...
Hold on. Let me land my plane. It is the most effective system when it comes to distributing resources to everybody who's a part of it. So that's why I say I like capitalism a lot better than communism, because communism is a false promise. Communism can only survive when it incentivizes the weak and the worst of our people. Now, capitalism can be used for good or bad. I have mentioned that before. So here's what we need to do as a society. We need to continue to try to just fight racism as an ideology until it becomes so unpopular that very few people believe it. We've gotten close to that before.
Okay, I take odds with something you said. You stated that capitalism is the best system in terms of redistributing or distributing resources. Capitalism has that sounds like socialism. That sounds like spreading the wealth around. Capitalism doesn't care. The only thing that stops capitalism from being just monopolies everywhere and being completely unfair is socialist laws to prevent it from getting out of hand. If you just had pure capitalism in this country, you would have a few rich people and everybody else would be peasants. That's what would happen if you didn't have socialist laws preventing capitalism from getting out of hand. They would just.
That's not even true. That's not particularly true. I don't believe in complete capitalism. I believe in a 90-10 capitalism regulation kind of split. But here's the thing that a lot of people don't tell you. There's something called the Pareto principle. This is a principle that we can see in nature all the time. It's called the 80-20 rule. And it shows that out of all the people who have wealth, a small percentage of them have the most wealth. And out of all the people who have the most wealth, they have of that wealth for a short amount of time. And out of all that time that they have wealth, they have the most wealth within even a shorter amount of time. Okay, so that means that most people will not be wealthy throughout their life. But you want to know what capitalism does do? It raises the quality of everybody's life, including those at the bottom. If you look at every other system, look, capitalism is not perfect, except it's better than every other system. Look at what happened in the Soviet.
But that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Poor in communist nations.
But that's what I'm saying. The only reason capitalism works is because of socialist laws. And I saw somebody in the comments said we don't have socialist laws. For instance, you say capitalism raises the quality of everybody's life. Would it raise your life if we had a system that if you get hurt at work, they can just kick you out the door without giving you any kind of compensation or anything at all, which is what they used to do? If they didn't give you any breaks, if they didn't give you any lunch. I mean, this is what true capitalism would be about. They would work you to the bone.
They could do that, but here's what true capitalism would do. True capitalism, after enough years, would have it where there's so much competition that if they did that, they would lose the good employees, and they wouldn't.
They don't care about that. They don't. They
do.
No, they don't.
They do.
You think? Hold on. Wait a minute. You think a country where they've kept minimum wage for 20 straight years, Does that look like they care about losing good employees? Do you look at the salaries?
Absolutely.
Do you look at
Absolutely.
do you look at the quality of healthcare? How it's been going down and down, the quality of salaries and all that. Do you look at that as a sign that they actually care about keeping good employees?
Yes, they do. You want to know why? Because healthcare is not a free market. It is not even 90-10, which is what I would suggest. Healthcare is extremely overregulated to the point where it's borderline.
That ain't what I'm talking
communist.
about. That's not what I'm talking about. Is the quality of healthcare we have provided employees in this country is continuing to go down. It ain't got nothing to do with the healthcare industry. They're buying cheaper packages. Hold on, wait a minute. They are literally employers are literally purchasing cheaper insurance packages that put more of the cost on the employee and cover less. They're doing that every time they can negotiate a new contract. That ain't got nothing to do with regulation in the industry. They're literally going out and buying cheaper shit for you.
Okay, first off, I haven't seen that. Do you have numbers
Really?
to back that up? I haven't seen that, no. And here's the thing. I work part-time right now. I literally work part-time right now as a dishwasher, okay? And you want to know something? I've already been offered healthcare and pretty good plan, actually. Okay. Usually you have to be a full-time employee for that kind of stuff.
Okay, do you work for a company that's been around for a while?
Yeah, I worked for a company. I'm not going to say the name of the company, but for my own privacy reasons. But I work for a company that's been around for 20 years.
That when I say a while, I mean, because the reason why I asked that is I was going to tell you to ask some of the older employees what was the benefits and compensation like when they cut back in the day, and I can guarantee they're going to tell you it was better. That applies across the board in most industries. The old farts will tell you, for instance, we used to have a pension, or the healthcare we used to give came with no deductible or no out-of-pocket cost. I think the reason why you and I disagree, I just think you're simply too young. I don't think you've been around long enough to see the changes.
Well, maybe. I am 29. I'm not that young, but I'm not that old.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. You're just too young.
Tim, how old are you?
I'm 50 plus.
Oh, okay. So you are significantly
I'm in my
older
50s. Yeah, I think you're just too young. I mean, it sucks that you only been in the working environment for a little bit more than a decade. It's always sucked for you. You don't know of any good days. The good old days have never been around for you.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this right now. Okay, so here, let's think about what the alternative offers. Let's think about socialism and what that actually offers.
Okay.
It offers less competition, and in every single socialized nation, the amount of money that everyone at every level, every socioeconomic class, the middle class, the working class, the poor, the upper middle class, the upper class, every socioeconomic level is worse. They're always worse off. China only became wealthy when they liberalized, when they became more capitalistic, not less. The data is very, very clear about this. And China has a lot of poverty that they don't let you see. A lot of homeless people that they don't let you see it because they're a communist nation that controls everything. Yeah. And I know we're on their fucking app, but I'm not gonna bullshit you here, man. It's bad, and also it promotes a lack of competency.
I don't disagree with any of it. I don't disagree with that part in regards to what you mentioned about China. But I think where you and I have the disagreement is capitalism. When you're comparing all of these systems, my point is capitalism on its own as a standalone system is just as bad as anything else. The only reason capitalism does so well is because we have socialist laws in this country, stuff that prevent companies from treating you like shit. Like I said, child labor, or you showed up a minute late to work, you were a minute late 3 years ago, you're fired. I mean, they have laws in place to prevent companies from treating you just like you're nothing. And the closer we go back to that, the worse it is, even under a capitalistic environment. You need the EEOC, you need FMLA, you need a woman who gets pregnant, for instance, to be able to be looked out for, other than just told, you're pregnant now, you're fired. I mean, that's what a true capitalist environment, the minute you got hurt, they would just fire you. It's more money, it's more advantageous for me to just instantly replace you than to look out for you while you're sick until you can come back. All of that.
But here's the thing.
They had to pass laws to make them do that.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. In a capitalist system, both the worker and the employer have the ability to disassociate with each other and find competing employers and workers. In socialist systems, you don't have that choice.
Wait a minute. Wait.
So
if
it
a
actually
woman,
favors
hold on.
power.
If a woman is actively, you find out a woman is pregnant and you fire her because, well, you're not going to be able to show up for work. You're going to be having prenatal appointments and all that shit. You're fired right now. You're telling me it's a good thing that she can actively go look for other jobs while pregnant?
Yes, because some employers, in a capitalist system, some employers will say, "Well, that was bullshit. Listen, go through your maternity, spend some time with your kid once it's born, and then we'll hire you on when the time is right."
So you think
that is something? And you want to know how I know that? One of my aunts had that happen.
So you think it's a good thing that you think it would be better for the system if a company, the minute a woman got pregnant, they were just allowed to just terminate her?
Because they wouldn't do that.
Based on what would make you say that?
Because, okay, so look, because if you do that, it's going to hurt your reputation and it's going to make you lose people who are very valuable to you. You want to know what a lot of employers? No, hold on.
What?
You want to know what a lot of employers are actually doing? A lot of employers are actually starting to create daycares at the workplace that their employees work at because they're losing female lawyers. There's a lot of female lawyers out there who are high functioning, highly motivated, and extremely good at their jobs, but they can't retain them once they have kids. And they want them around because they're so good. A lot of firms do that.
You really think? I can't believe you said they wouldn't do it because it would hurt their reputation. Before they had laws, you had corporations that were literally dumping toxic waste in people's neighborhoods. They don't give a damn about reputation if they can make money. You seen the Exxon Valdez? No, you're too young for that. When you got ships coming in and oil is all, they don't care about. They care about making money. They don't care about their reputation. What the hell is that?
I know about Flint, Michigan, and all that, and them dumping chemicals in there. I know about that. But here's the thing. Do you think it's better in communist and socialist nations?
I think
it's 1,000 times worse.
I think it depends on the situation you're in. If you're homeless in America, yeah, a socialist nation might be better. I mean, a socialist nation is
You're talking to someone who was homeless in the Pacific Northwest of all places.
Okay. And yeah, I think if you're homeless in America and you need help to get on your feet, you may actually find that there's more help in socialist nations. I'm just telling you, the socialist countries do more for the downtrodden than we do in this country. We don't. Not really. If you look into the details, not really. Like, listen, I was homeless in 2 states, Washington and Montana. You're not doing very well in a capitalist country there, son. 29 and you've been homeless twice already. Go ahead.
It's a long story that involves a guy named Steve, okay? I'll explain it to you some other time, okay? But here's the thing, okay? In Montana is right wing, Washington is left wing. I will tell you, I felt 1,000 times safer and more cared for by the church and the various churches that were around in Montana than I ever did in Washington.
So the church was helping you out?
Yes.
So essentially you were using the church in place of a socialist government. You don't sound like the person.
You have options.
I gotta move it on, but you basically were enjoying socialism while you're speaking in favor. Capitalism wasn't going to help you out. You needed the church. That's socialism. You needed assistance. I can't believe you just said that. I'll give you the last word. I gotta move it on.
Here's my last word, Tim. You're not a fluffer. You're just someone who just wants to hear the truth.
Thank you.
That's why I come on here, because, no matter how angry gangster Mima is, at you for whatever, you're a good man who just wants to get down to the truth. And you grilled me good tonight, so thank you so much. God bless.
Anytime. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jeremy. And Jeremy's MAGA, by the way. But yeah, listening to what he said, and he literally is describing socialism. If you fall flat on your face and the church helps you out because the government won't, you clearly are a candidate that could have used socialism. The church stepped in because your government won't look out for its downtrodden. But you literally had the same beneficiary effects that would take place in a socialist country. But he's defending capitalism. You wouldn't need the church if capitalism was so great. Looking in the comments, though, I do want to make sure I didn't miss a super chat. I was interested that he would say that, though. Like I said, maybe the issue is that youth, as what did Ronald Reagan say? Youth and inexperience. He's young. Paid police and paramedics for every encounter. That's what pure capitalism would be like. If you're down 911 and you needed the police or the paramedics to show up, they would bill you on the spot. No different than a plumber, lawn care, or something like that. There would not be paid emergency services in a true capitalist environment. Everything would be, you pay your way. That's what true capitalism would be like. You show up, before they start working on you, they start assessing charges, just like they would do your lawn, or they would do if you called an HVAC guy or something like that. Truly capitalistic system, most people wouldn't like it. Most people would not like it. These motherfuckers really think companies have good faith. Yes, Will. People do think that. You remember Mitt Romney, corporations are people too? Yes, and that's typically from the right. The right does. I say this sometimes on the program, and I ask that you tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 40, 50,000, 50, F-I-D-D-Y. You guys ain't tapping the screen. Show the program some love. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Tap the screen, get the likes up. You got the corporations and you got the employees, or employers and employees. In the world of employers and employees, one side speaks favorably for the employees, one side speaks favorably for the employers. But both sides think they're speaking favorably for the employee based on how they view it. Now, my opinion is the right speaks far more favorably for the employers, corporations, the wealthy and all. And I say that because if you have money and you're voting based solely on your bottom line, like a couple of my callers have stated, if you're voting solely based on your bottom line and you're someone of character, you're someone that is wealthy, you're a small business owner, you have something to lose financially, you're better off voting Republican because they don't make you share. You don't have to ever worry about the Republican Party trying to make you share with the have-nots. If you have wealth and you do not want to share it, you don't want the government forcing you to share it or forcing you to pay higher taxes, they're going to allow you to keep most of your money as much as they possibly can, you should vote Republican because they don't take into consideration or have concern for entitlement programs and things like that. So there are reasons to vote Republican, and I do believe that's one of them. If you have money and you're not the type to want to share it or be forced to share it by the government, you should vote right. However, on the left, they are more favorable to employees. When you're talking about increasing the minimum wage, giving folks better health care and benefits, more protections at work, these are the things the right tend to be against. So if you're in the employee environment, you're better off voting for the left. The difference is when I say they both think they're working for employees is because the right tends to think, I've never gotten a job from a poor person. So if I look out for the wealthy, if I look out for employers, it's going to lead to them in kind creating more jobs and expanding. So treat the wealthy right, and it will lead to better things for the folks at the bottom. Trickle down economics, essentially trickle down economics. But that doesn't always happen. I mean, there are plenty of folks who may have a small business and they don't want to take on more work. They're not trying to expand. And if you give them a tax cut, they're just going to redecorate their house or buy another yacht. So everybody you give more money to, it's not going to equate to expanding and creating more jobs. So that's my humble opinion on it. But looking in the comments, until you're lazy and what does that say? Until you're lazy as fuck and think everything is Until you're lazy as fuck and think everything is supposed to be handed to you by the owner. I think the problem with that is the right is not in favor of entitlement programs because they think overwhelmingly everybody who get it don't need it. They're just all lazy. I'll leave that one up to you, but I don't think that's true by any stretch of the imagination. Let me go back to the box though. Continuing on with Betterment. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Oh, I got Mike. Mike, good evening, Mike.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. Did you agree with what Jeremy was saying? Capitalism is the best.
Man, listen, Jeremy, I thought Jeremy was our age. Jeremy's ass is 29 years old. I thought Jeremy was our age. Screwing all that bullshit. No, I don't. Listen, they have to remember that a system that's based on racism, every facet of it is going to be oppressive in nature, right? It's like, okay, so let's go back to what you were talking about, President Trump and not finding a true black candidate, right? As if they're not out there.
Right? We're talking about why he's not hiring blacks for his administration.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, we know why. Because he's racist. But let's say it this way. When even if I took what MAGA React said at face value, ask yourself, even if racism wasn't the case, there are no black qualified candidates out there.
Well, what about the notion? Because I had in the comments, even Creed said, I would put loyalty over merit. I saw somebody in the comments on YouTube said, loyalty is more important than merit. So maybe there are qualified black candidates out there, but as MAGA Reacts pointed out, you can't find any you could trust.
Yeah, but this is all the dancing. Listen, Theodore Patrick was up here bullshitting and dancing when he was up here with his clothing line, and he was shucking and jiving and shit. Just say, this is the problem that I have with all of this, Tim.
Yeah, thank you, big dog.
The right doesn't want to call anything the thing that it is, right? They just don't.
Well,
they just don't want to call anything the thing that it is.
Well, you started out by suggesting that Trump is, he's not hiring blacks because he's racist. Folks are going to say, why the hell would you say that? So I want you to, because folks have been tuning in, new folks are coming in. Why would you suggest the president is racist? And by the way, racist towards who?
Racist towards black and brown people.
Based on what?
What do you mean? You mean what evidence do I have of that?
Yes.
Okay, look at what's happening with deportation right now. Look what's happening with executive orders overturning any civil right. He's trying to overturn all civil rights. And
wait, what evidence? We say he's trying to civil rights, like the right for blacks to vote. You're telling me Trump is trying to overturn that?
Yeah, because they're trying to make everything harder. They're trying to listen. This is a dance that they're doing, Tim. We know what it is. We got to just stop acting as if it's not the thing. It's just crazy to me how we sit here day after day, and either we take everything out of context. According to the right, we take everything out of context. Even if it comes out of Trump's mouth, that's not what he said. Even if the people around him, like Stephen Miller, talking about doing away with habeas corpus.
Yeah, yeah, I heard that. Go ahead. That just threw me for a loop when I heard that.
Why did it throw you for a loop, though, Tim?
I guess
I know you hate when I ask you questions like that.
No, I don't. I guess the issue is Trump is unpredictable. I get that. But I've been watching so much right-wing media over the last couple decades that I still have a hard time understanding why the right is not crying out about somebody. I know folks on the right who used to carry, like Eric Bolling, for instance, used to work at Fox, carried a copy of the Constitution on the inside the jacket of his pocket. So when I see folks like Trump talking about, I don't know if I have to follow the Constitution, or, his feelings toward due process, or as you're bringing up habeas corpus, I'm baffled that the same folks that I have heard talk about the Constitution so much are saying nothing about this. That's what's confusing me.
Listen, I said it before, I'll say it again. They are either they either are the thing, they're okay with the thing, or it doesn't affect them, so they don't care. Even Theodore Patrick, he said he was black in color only. He cares about his pockets. And when you were asking him about what about all the things that the left has done about LGBTQ rights and all those things that he agrees with, but his own selfish pockets are overriding his sense of protecting his own rights. That's asinine to me.
I don't know, Mike. My guess is there's probably a lot of Democrats and people of color and black folks that, but he was black, he said himself too, but
that's what he said.
I've made that statement before that I think that if you put enough money in Americans' pockets, you could damn near bring back slavery. At the end of the day, that's one of the downfalls, at least coming from me, this is my opinion, people are going to disagree with this, but that's one of the downfalls, in my opinion, of capitalism, is that we are money hungry. As long as people are making money, they don't give a shit about anything else. Whether it's war, whether it is famine, whether it's inhumanity, people, as long as you can show you're putting money in people's pockets, they will ignore every damn thing else. And that's what he was admitting to. Hey, I'm making money, so I'm good.
Right. And listen, at the risk the future of the next generation of black and brown folks in this country, at the future of women in this country, you're willing to do it over some dollars, and they're willing to let you have that now so you have nothing later. I'll give you a few dollars now, but your grandkids won't have shit, you dumbass.
No. But that is the American way, though. What do you think happened when we started sending all of our jobs to China? Started bringing in illegal immigrants to let them do jobs that cost Americans work. That's exactly what happened. I'm going to give you a few dollars now so your grandkids won't have shit. We are the grandkids. When they started doing this in the late 70s and 80s, sending a lot of our work to China and opening up manufacturing plants in the Philippines and shit like that, that's exactly what happened. A few people made a bunch of money so that their grandkids would not have shit. And we are now the grandkids complaining about it.
But when you say we, you're talking about Americans. Yeah. You're talking about Americans.
I'm talking about the grandkids, the two generations. If you send all of this stuff over to these countries and send all your manufacturing and shit overseas, within a couple generations, you're going to be paying the price for doing it. We are that generation.
Yeah, but we, black folks, weren't in power. We,
Hispanics, oh, you mean from a cocaine? Okay.
We didn't make any of those decisions. Those decisions weren't made by us. Those were made by white cisgender men, and it was for capitalism and for profit. And they didn't give a shit to how it impacted us either, because this country has never really given a damn about how things.
I hear what you're saying, but this is why I said you probably would be amazed. My guess is if you had probably some of the black folks that were around during that time were okay with it as well. If you could give them money in their pocket, let's say you had somebody that was on the board of Nike or something like that, and they were making shoes by the hands of children over there. Well, if that guy who's in middle management or upper management realized he could get a huge bonus as a black man, he would probably have partaken to it as well. I don't think it really mattered his skin color. I think all of them would have done it.
I don't disagree. You're not getting any disagreement from me on that point. My point is this: you're right, because at the end of the day, when you condition a group of people to basically, accept what you're being given. Think about this for a second, Tim. The history of our people in this country was total slavery, and then you're free, but you're still oppressed, and then you get a little bit more and a little bit more. Mm-hmm. So you start to accept whatever that little bit more is. And when you get in a position where if I stand up in this situation, I end up with nothing. And you don't control any of the levers to really make change on a day-to-day basis from a corporate America perspective. Yeah, you're 100% right. Well, you gonna stand up? Are you gonna stand up when you got a $250,000 job? You understand what I'm saying, Tim?
I still can't put it on just on whites, because there's a lot of countries in Africa that are free, and they still let folks from China, folks from Europe, the white community come in. And as long as they would pay them a little bit of money to exploit their resources, they still let them do it. And they let them do it at a time when they could have said no.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, and again, that's not even my argument. I mean, that's not my argument. My argument is when we start talking about what's going on here, and then we get into these trolls with MAGA Reacts or Jeremy or Theodore or even Cedric Haynes in the comments. It's like we will fall to the lowest common denominator about Black folks to justify the atrocities that have happened to Black folks in this country. We will like think about the comments about the pants sagging and gun. Just like, you got to be kidding me. Like,
I don't have an answer for that.
Well, you know what? But that's my point, though, Tim. In order for them to frame this narrative that we as Black and brown people don't bring anything but violence or guns or, pew-pews or pants sagging, when the foundation of this country was based on violence against us from the beginning. Yeah. But they don't talk about, so listen, we're the only people on the planet that go hunting on a full stomach. You know, the idea that you can, white kids have guns and pew-pews, don't they? They get raised with them in their hands.
A whole lot of students and teachers. That's the last thing they saw before they died was a white guy with a gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they do have guns.
It's just amazing to me that this is 2025, and we're still listening to white folks tell us about how we need to get our shit together, but they never talk about how they need to get their shit together. Do you notice that? Notice that?
Well, they talk white liberals. They criticize white liberals. White liberals.
I'm not talking about them. That's not the conversation we're having. We're talking about the right. We're talking about the Trump supporters. We're talking about MAGA. We're talking about conservatism in this country.
Well, they went after the likes of, they criticized George Bush. They've criticized Mitt Romney. They're right. They've criticized Mitch McConnell. I mean, they do criticize some folks on the right. They don't criticize MAGA.
Who criticized Mitch McConnell? Let's start there.
Oh, when you're talking about the fact that he's been in office for as long as he's been in office, I've had a lot of right wingers come on the show and say he needs to go. I mean, because he's criticized Trump. Some of the things.
That's not what we're talking about, Tim. We're not talking about them criticizing Trump. What I'm saying is they stand up. They demonize Black and brown folks. They talk about the rapes and murders and all of these things. They talk about the Black community. They talk about all these things. But the minute you tell them or talk to them about some things or the things that they've done, all of a sudden it's fake news, it's race baiting, it's fear mongering, it's all those things. And they never stop for a second and ask themselves, why would any race or culture or group of people talk about their oppression for so long, as if we want to be talking about it, as if it's
because of what's on the screen. Blacks keep talking about this because they got victim mentality. That's what they say.
That's what they say, and the idea. But would they ever say a woman is talking about a woman, a victim of SA? She's still talking about being SA. Will we ever say that, Tim?
Well, E. Jean Carroll. We said it about E. Jean Carroll.
Only reason they say it is because of what?
I get it. I agree with you 100%. I don't know why it is, but yeah, I've said that many times, is that for some reason, out of everybody that's been wronged, it is the Black community that we want them to shut up and stop talking about. We don't tell the Jews to stop talking about what happened to them. Even on September 11th, we have a sign that says never forget. We don't tell people to stop talking about what happened there. Everything from the Oklahoma City bombing on down, we want people to talk about what they've been through. Same thing with Pearl Harbor. That's been 70 some odd years ago, or 80 years ago, or whatever it's been in Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. But when it comes to the African-American community, I don't care if it happened yesterday. You need to get over it.
Get over it. And then when any of us reach a certain level of success, then we get told to shut up and dribble. Or you can't even take a knee and protest in silence. Everything that we do is always under a microscope, whether it's good or bad. And then when we're doing well, we're only doing well until we don't say something that they agree with, and then shut up and dribble.
But let me ask you this though: because you started out by saying Trump is racist, but in regards to the entire country, we've elected a Black president. We've had Black folks permeate throughout American society and government. Do you believe America in 2025 is still a racist country?
Yes, I don't need to take that long to answer that question. Yes.
How?
Just because of Barack Obama got elected doesn't mean that the country wasn't racist, Tim.
In what way?
Just be, well, where would you like to start? I mean,
well, let me say it this way. If you grow up as a child right now as a black kid, as long as you work hard, you go to school, you get an education, and you don't break the law, there is nothing stopping you from living the American dream. So how is America racist in 2025?
What do you mean there's nothing stopping you from living the American dream? All you got to do is get pulled over one time, Tim. What are you talking about? You can listen. Let's see, here's the thing. Listen, the idea, Tim, the idea that you can do all those things as a black person and it's just going to be smooth sailing is absurd. You act like there's no roadblocks in that journey. You act like that in 20, hold on, let me finish. Like in 2025, you're going to apply for a job and you're going to get that job. You're going to act like if you don't have a resume ready name, that your resume. See, here's the thing. You can be being dismissed and not even know it, Tim. Because here's the thing. You could apply for 10 jobs and get a job, and you don't know if those other 8 or 9 jobs were passed up because you were black.
But you make it sound like white people get every job or white people don't get. White people get passed up. What are you saying?
So, are you saying, and this is the crazy DEI and woke conversation that I can't stand. For white people to think in this day and age, right now in 2025, that they're losing out on opportunities just because they're white is absurd.
Well,
when did that happen?
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying though is there's nothing stopping a black person from living the American dream. Now, you talked about where they could get pulled over by cops. I want you to hear this. Because you're saying that if a black person does everything right, a simple traffic stop could still stunt their progress.
Let's talk about George Floyd. You said George Floyd's death was a terrible thing.
Terrible.
Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
And so are white people. So are white people. What a terrible question to ask.
So he's indicating that.
See.
That ain't unique to blacks. White people can have the same problem too.
But Tim, but here's the thing. Just in that clip proves my point. I don't know if you thought that was proving your point. That clip proved my point. He never answered the question. It was so are white people. And so, but white people, listen, the police departments by and large, what were they designed for, Tim? What was the original design?
That's hundreds of years ago, Mike. You're talking about to catch slaves. There are no slaves in America. So bringing up the police department was originally created to catch slaves is kind of irrelevant in 2025.
Have they completely evolved from oppression and racism behavior? Is that what you're telling me, Tim?
Listen, I hate to say this, but this popular term, there's a few bad apples in every group.
Yeah, and see, that's bullshit right there, right? Because here's the thing. But he didn't even answer the question. He couldn't even say he couldn't even say it's still a problem in this country because the history of it is rooted deep into this country. He couldn't even say it. Just like he said there's bad people on both sides, he always pontificates on when it comes to race because he doesn't want to say that racism still exists. He doesn't want to say that it still happens.
But what he is trying to say though is that it's wrong for African Americans to pretend like they're getting treated special when it's happening to white people too.
See, Tim,
that's what he said.
I know what he's saying, but I also know what he means. See that's what he's saying. But Tim, okay, let me say it this way. Tell me something that Donald Trump has said or done in favor of minorities or black folks in this country. We just talked about this last week. He hasn't said one thing unifying at all. Not one. He's the president of the United States. He hasn't said one thing unifying yet.
Well, I don't.
And now you're interpreting what he just said there to mean that basically what you were saying. And this is why they say stop crying. But here's the difference though. Do you ever see white people marching in the streets because police are killing other white people? You ever see it? You ever see white folks marching because white police officers are killing white police officers?
No, I have never seen it.
Have you seen it?
I've never seen it.
Why is that, Tim? No, hell no. You gonna ask me that question with that correctional officer with that orange jumpsuit color on right now? Hell no. Answer that question. Why don't white folks get up and protest when their own people are being unalived by police officers?
They like to keep the peace. They don't have victim mentality.
That's such bullshit. You sound like MAGA when you said that. The reason
it ain't happening. It ain't happening.
They don't. Exactly. It's
it
not
ain't happening. Yeah.
And here's the thing: how many videos have you seen where a white officer unalived a white suspect? How many videos you see out there? I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it happens a lot. How many videos have I seen where? Wait. You asked me how many videos have I seen where a white cop kills a white suspect?
Yes.
Hundreds. If you watch active self-protection or police activity, it happens all the time. I've seen hundreds.
Then why doesn't it make the news, Tim?
Because it's a bad guy.
No, because if they show the same police officers doing the same things to white people, they're going to be outraged.
I don't know.
They're going to see the conditions that we've been talking about forever. And now the good guys aren't so good any fucking more. That's why. Listen, go back to Cowboys and Indians. Right? Go back to when did you ever watch a Cowboy and Indian movie where the Indians ended up being victorious?
You're talking about propaganda. I get your point. You are right about that.
So if they show an unarmed white man minding his business, just getting pulled over, doing nothing, and on a body cam, and he just pews the hell out of an innocent white 16-year-old kid, you think America's going to be okay with that at that point? And then what happens? Then what happens to the back in the blue? Then what happens, Tim? What happens to all the Blue Lives Matter shit? What happens to that?
I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest with you. There's a hell of a lot of white folks getting in shootings with police and things like that online. It ain't like you can't find it. That's pretty easy to find.
I didn't say that you can't find it. I said that they don't propagate it or talk about it. And when it's us, they know they can just dismiss it. How many people have been in here talking about free Derek Chauvin and all that, right? Because it's easy to demonize because they bought into it.
But I do got to move it on. But before I do, I want to ask you this: if the cops are treating African Americans so bad, white cops, as you put it, why is it that in liberal cities that are predominantly black, run everything from the mayor on down is generally black in liberal cities? Why is it that a lot of those cities are where the blacks are complaining about mistreatment by cops, even though blacks are they might be the chief of police, a superintendent. The city is run by blacks, and they still are complaining about being mistreated. In other words, if you put blacks in leadership, they ain't going to treat blacks no better. Why is that?
Well, the sad part is sometimes power just corrupts, right? Power corrupts, number one. Number two, how many of these all black cities with all black mayors and all black chief of police and all black police forces are there out there, Tim? I'm missing that. Matter of fact, tell me a city that has a police force that the black officers or minority officers are the majority. I'll wait.
The majority? My guess is probably
even 30%. Even 30%.
Oh my God, 30%. Chicago, Houston, all of the Detroit, 30%.
Next time I talk to you, I'm going to look those numbers up.
Yeah, I can tell you for certain in cities like Chicago, 30% of the police are black. I mean, you see what happened in Memphis with that police beating, where all 5 of the officers that beat him were black. I mean, plenty of them.
That was probably most of them in one spot, Tim. I mean, look, come on, let's listen. Your argument is actually defeating itself. Do you think in this country, any state, Democrat or Republican, is going to have the minorities being the majority in positions of power? What are we talking about?
Any state or city? You mean any state?
City. The city. How many?
How many cities have blacks in the majority of positions of power?
Just like you just said, mayor, chief of police, fire chief, captain.
Heaps of them.
Okay,
I'll tell you something. Being from Chicago, Gary, Indiana, is almost all black. I mean, the police force, mayor, people in 2nd, 3rd, 4th place. It's just a bastion of African Americanism. There's plenty of places like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some research on that because I don't buy that.
Really?
And another thing, no, I don't buy it.
Let me tell it to you this way. Look up when you look up. If you think about any city that talk about these big cities like like I said, like Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia. Look up some of the poor suburbs that are around those towns. You'll find that most of the administration in those towns are black, all black. I mean, like look up find a liberal city and then find one of the poorest suburbs that's surrounded. Chances are most of the administrative positions in that town is filled by black people. I'll give you the last word.
I'm definitely gonna look that up because I like to have my information. Yeah. But the bottom line is that the systemic racism is alive and well in this country. Donald Trump and his administration are trying to push us back. It's very obvious. Anybody that wants to argue it just being blind because they just like what's happening. I mean, it's as simple as that. When you're talking about getting rid of habeas corpus, and when you're talking about rolling back protections for LGBTQs and kicking them out of the military, and they've already been serving this country, what other reason is there? What other reason is there? I mean, you're removing people when you look at all the people that Donald Trump has been removing from prominent positions. You just put up a picture of that black woman the other day that they just got rid of. Yeah. No rhyme or reason. We know why she's gone. This whole deportation, they're not going after illegals. When you're talking about getting rid of habeas corpus, you're trying to take any protections out the way so you can do whatever the hell you want.
It could go in that direction.
When you have to, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna go. When you have to try to file for state secrecy, where they just invoke the state secrecy so they can protect the documents around Garcia because they don't want to show anybody what they have. We know what's happening. The sad part is we're allowing people to play in our face about things that we know about. Like, we know what this looks like. We don't have these amendments to the Constitution because those rights are already there. Right?
Right. They were not there to begin with. Mike, I got to move it on.
They weren't there to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay, man. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. And I actually do agree with that last part. Certainly, I've said this before, because a lot of folks, particularly my beloved MAGA side of the aisle, and by the way, tap the screen, get me on up to 60,000 on the likes. Tap the screen, get the likes up. A lot of my MAGA side of the aisle do believe that if you're in this country illegally, you're not entitled to due process. I understand why they're saying it, but here's the problem, and I don't agree with it whatsoever. But here's why, and I understand it, but here's why. Here's where the problem can come up. If you can deport an illegal immigrant without giving them due process, how can you be sure that the person that got deported was an illegal immigrant? Here's the point I'm making. You grab somebody off the street suggesting that they're an illegal immigrant, and illegal immigrants don't deserve due process because they entered this country illegally. So we're going to trust the government to just deport them and get them the hell out of the country because they don't deserve due process. Well, the person you saw them arrested this morning, and they told you that was an illegal immigrant and they've sent them away. How do you know for certain that was an illegal immigrant? Because that person does not have due process. You just have to trust what they told you was accurate. How do you know they just aren't pissed off with that guy or gal because they were filing some kind of lawsuit against the government, or they got some kind of newspaper where they post all kinds of negative shit against the government and they consider them as an adversary? How do you know that that person that they sent out was actually an illegal immigrant? Because you have stated that illegal immigrants don't deserve due process, all they have to do when they arrest somebody is tell you that person was an illegal immigrant and you're okay with it. But you don't have any proof that wasn't actually an illegal immigrant. It could just be somebody that wanted to make disappear. That's where it's the problem. That's where the problem arises when you start talking about getting rid of habeas corpus and getting rid of due process. Is now it comes down to, do you just trust your government to always do what's right without you having to see any evidence? Because the person that they're saying is a legal immigrant gets no ability to prove a case in court. They say they're part of MS-13, they're part of Tren de Agua, or whatever the case may be. We just trust the government. Get rid of them. That person may be a grandma that's 90 years old. The government said they was a member of the gang, so they're good to go. This is where it can lead to problems. I'm just simply saying that you have to have blind trust in your government, and your government has to be 100% trustworthy for this to work. And regardless of how you feel about Trump, whether you love him or you hate him, I think it's hard to deny that he is vengeful. He is vengeful when people he perceives are mistreating him. If he believes you're not treating him right, he comes after you. We know that. Even for folks who support him admit that. So you're 100% trustworthy that he won't use this against people that, let's say, the Nancy Pelosi types that you don't have the knowledge of, like Nancy Pelosi. Somebody that's down in the weeds that does not have the money nor popularity or, celebrity status of Nancy Pelosi. Just somebody down in the weeds. Let's say, for instance, you take somebody like me, for instance. If I disappeared and didn't do any more lives, if I didn't pop up on here anymore, any damn thing, and they just grabbed me and said I was an illegal immigrant, who's going to question it? There's not going to be protests and shit. I don't get due process, so I don't get a day in court. I'm just gone. And now that he's talking about opening up all sorts of new penal facilities, whether it's Alcatraz or Sing Sing or El Salvador or sending people to Libya, you're just gone. Now in the comments, MAGA React says your family. Yeah, but if your family doesn't have any money, they don't have any connections to anybody, what good is that going to do? And by the way, you got to assume your family know that you got deported. Let's say you're coming home from work. MAGA Reacts in the comments. I'm talking to you. You're on your way home from work. Your wife or your spouse or your kids are expecting you to come home. They intercept you on the way to the house, like they did the woman on the street while they're wearing masks or whatever. They grab you and take you away. Your family didn't see it. The people who did witness it don't even know who the hell you are. They just saw someone get arrested and taken away. So the people on the street, if they tell them you're an illegal immigrant, they don't know otherwise. They don't know who the hell you are. They're not going to fight for you. And your family who's waiting for you to get home, they're not told about the fact that you've been detained. They don't get a letter. They don't get anything. There's no court date, anything. Just like with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. His family wasn't notified of shit. They found out he was in custody by seeing the video on TV of him getting his head shaved. So MAGA Reacts, you have essentially, in the eyes of your family, just poof, you've disappeared. You've disappeared. They can send you away under the guise that you are part of a gang or you are an illegal immigrant, and there's essentially no one to question it. No one saw you that know you get detained. So your family is filing missing persons reports. They don't know that ICE has your ass. And because ICE don't have to tell them, then as far as law enforcement is concerned, maybe he just got tired of being married. Maybe he got tired of being a father and ran off with some younger chick. Maybe he'll show up in a week or something like that. You just disappeared. That's how it works. You're just gone. When you take away habeas corpus and when you take away due process, you have to be 100% certain that the powers that be won't use the government in the evil manners that I just suggested, which is leading back to the original question. Do you trust your government 100% not to do that? Because now they literally have the ability to do that. They actually can do that right now with folks suggesting they don't get due process. They can do that right now if he doesn't follow the Supreme Court. They can literally do that. Pick you up and just make you disappear. Looking in the comments, matter of fact, you can see the difference between white traffic stops and black traffic stops. White people will do and say anything to the cop like they hired them. Let a black person do the same. Look, I'm going to push back on that, Will. Thank you for the support, by the way. There are plenty of videos of black people being pulled over by cops and talking a lot of shit, and you're like, damn, I can't believe this person ain't been shot right now. It really depends on the cop. It really depends on the jurisdiction. All of that is taken into account. I've seen plenty of videos. Now, what you don't see very often is somebody white talking shit to a cop and getting shot really quickly. I'll admit that. Generally, when you see somebody talking shit to a cop and the cop escalates it to level 10 within like 2 seconds, it's usually a minority. I'll admit half of that. But I will also say that being a minority and talking shit to a cop is not always a death sentence. There are plenty of folks online on videos and you're like, damn, I can't believe they haven't, tased this person or anything yet. They gave her or him more than enough chances. There are videos like that too. Because now that they got body cams, now that there's citizens around everywhere with phones, now that they've seen what happened to the likes of Derek Chauvin and things like that, there are some cops that are actually more hesitant dealing with blacks because they know that folks are looking more. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. If you're a white cop and you are arresting a white person, even if it's violently, there's probably going to be a lot less cameras aimed at you than if you are a white cop arresting a black person violently, particularly if you're in a major city where there's a lot of diversity going on. Maybe if you're beating the shit out of a black person in rural Alabama, you might be to get away with it in private. But if you're doing that in the middle of Philadelphia somewhere, if you're a white cop and you're doing that to a black person, there's going to be a lot of cameras on you. People are going to stop and look. So some cops are a bit hesitant to go to level 10 with blacks because there's a price to pay. You might lose your job. You might lose your freedom. They don't all do it because there is accountability. It's not where we want it to be, but it's certainly more than it used to be. It's certainly more than it used to be. ICE arrested New York, New Jersey mayor, by the way. Yeah, they're trying to make examples of people, just like with the judge. What they're trying to do is I want to say intimidate folks of power to let them know that if you're getting away, you can get it too. Like with arresting judges and things like that. That's how you kind of quiet the protest folks, by exercising draconian measures on them. Now, keep in mind, Trump is the one with the 34 felonies talking about how the system did him wrong and how they did things to him that they wouldn't normally do to somebody if they weren't running for president. His system is doing that to those judges and shit like that. Normally, they would not get arrested for that shit. He is now doing to people what he claimed was done to him. Anyway, going back to the comment section here. The president of Panama said he will not negotiate a deal with the United States. Shit, I mean, knowing Trump, he may not give him an option. I mean, Trump is kind of operating from a bully pulpit. Either you do what I say or you face my wrath. I mean, he's kind of operating like a bully. Betterment Black, what does that say? Betterment, I think that says in there. Good evening, welcome to the program. So okay for mayor to trespass, but not January 6th. Well, January 6th participants.
Hi.
Hang on 1 second there, Betterment. What happened on January 6th goes way beyond just trespassing. I mean, they were threatening to kill people. So once you're in that crowd, yeah, they're going to charge you with whatever they can charge you with. But if they'd have just all walked in there and weren't tearing up stuff, smearing shit on walls, stealing stuff, maybe the treatment would have been different. But they came in and threatening to kill people. Betterment, good evening.
Hi.
Hey, what brought you on? What am I getting wrong this evening?
Nothing really. I been trying to keep up with everything that is going on.
Let me ask it to you this way, because we opened up the show talking about whether it's DEI, LGBTQ issues, what is the other one he often uses? We'll go with DEI and LGBTQ. There's another one I can't think of right now, but make no mistake about it. The Trump administration is firing a lot of minorities, yet they are not hiring many. In fact, when it comes to black folks, out of this second term, when it comes to his administration, why do you think he's hiring so few blacks but firing so many of them?
He's racist. He like if you go back to the Central Park Five when he accused them of let's say essaying a woman and they were exonerated. Um, he still feels that they were guilty by association or whatever, and then you go back to Trump Towers where he did not want to lease to black people. So he has a history of being racist towards black people.
Yeah, but I understand your point about the Central Park Five, but I mean, keep in mind that has been quite a while ago. Is it possible that maybe he has evolved from that position because Biden has had questionable stuff in his past, but is it possible that maybe Trump has evolved and now he is far more favorable to the black community?
No, I don't think so. I think what he's doing is a front, throwing like the Black History Party at the White House, citing the executive order funding the HBCUs. I think that's all a front for him to say, I'm not a racist. I don't hate black people. But if you see what he's doing, he's trying to bring back segregation. And it's like you said, he just fired the librarian. What she like what is she like like I'm trying to figure out what kind of librarian she was.
She was the Library of Congress.
Library of Congress, yeah. So he fired her for absolutely no reason, no proof of why he's firing her. He's firing a lot of people of color. And that goes to show you that this man, he really don't care about black people.
But wait a minute, listen to what you just said. Now, I took quick notes on it. You talked about he hosted a Black History, what was it, a party or something like that, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that he allocated money to HBCUs, which he talks about all the time. But even though he done that stuff, you suggest he only did it because he's pandering to the black community, which would lead someone to say that even when he helps out blacks, you won't give him any credit for it. I mean, do you just have what they call derangement syndrome that where no matter what he does, you're not going to give him credit for it anyway? I mean, because you're pointing to stuff that he actually did for the black community.
Well, if that was true, why would he want to do away with the 1964 Civil Rights Act? Why would he want to do away with that? Why is he trying to take away certain rights from people if he really care about these people? Like,
where have you heard that he wants to do away with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the whole act?
It's been talked about that he wants to get rid of the executive order of the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Yeah, but you do understand people are going to say negative stuff about any politician that may or may not be true. They're going to criticize him of getting rid of Social Security, federal abortion ban. They're going to say stuff like that until he actually does it. That could just be critics saying whatever they can to hurt him.
But have you read the Project 2025? He's trying. Yep. So he's trying to take away rights of people.
But he also denies that he has anything to do with Project 2025.
No, if he said that he didn't have anything to do with Project 2025, then why is he doing the things that is listed in the 2025 project? That doesn't make any sense. He wouldn't be doing those things to get rid of Civil Rights Act or and changing the Board of Education, because he's already doing that.
Yeah. I understand, I have to be able to play devil's advocate and see the other side of issues, but I don't deny that it does look like in the short time he's been in office that he is following a playbook from Project 2025, despite the fact that he's denying it. I mean, there's a list of things that you can find them online, the things they plan, and there's several of them you can already check off. And there's a few of them you can put an asterisk by that he's talked about doing. So it is hard to believe at this point that Trump and Project 2025 have no connection to each other, because he is checking quite a bit of the boxes off of that. So, but he still contains though that he has nothing to do with it. I'm just simply agreeing with you. It does look like he's more connected to it than he's saying.
Yeah, because he's trying to segregate schools, trying to bring segregation back to schools.
Wait. Give me what is making you say that, because he obviously wouldn't say that flat out.
I'm not making this up. This is actually what he is doing. He's trying to segregate schools.
I haven't heard that one.
He's trying to actually bring back segregation to separate white schools from everybody else. So
segregate schools. I haven't heard that one. How would he be able to do that other than just pass a law that allows segregation? I haven't heard that.
Well, he signed an executive order to bring back segregation. So right now he wants whites to be separated from blacks. Like, for example, the different water fountains, eating in different sections of restaurants. He's trying to bring that back. Now, I don't know if it's been passed or whatnot, but it's definitely illegal to bring back Jim Crow 2.0.
I'll say this. I think that some of the stuff you're saying it's not actually in the law, but folks feel like he's in that direction. But in fact, I want to I want to play this because I think this is similar to what you're talking about. Because I have heard that I'm not quite on the bandwagon that is going to promote segregation, but I do understand where it's coming from.
After the Trump administration removed a segregation ban for federal contractors.
Yeah, this is all part of the president's mission.
Wait, say that again. What you say?
Someone in the comment section said that he did cut funding for the Civil Rights Act.
Funding? How do you fund this? How do you fund the Civil Rights Act?
I don't know.
Yeah, and actually, he's cut funding for things like I think like federal workers that work on civil rights cases and things like that. But you can't cut funding for an act. That doesn't make any sense. An act is an act. I mean, it's a law. I don't know how you would need funding for it. But I want you to hear this.
This morning, concerns growing after the Trump administration removed a segregation ban for federal contractors.
Yeah, this is all part of the president's mission to eliminate anything related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this has some worried about the civil rights protections. Our Candace Cole is in Northwest at GSA headquarters this morning with details on this. Candace, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, the Trump administration has effectively lifted an explicit ban preventing segregated facilities and workplaces. This comes after the president signed an executive order back in January, repealing a 1965 executive order aimed at stopping hiring discrimination. Now, according to a recent memo from the General Services Administration that was first reported on by NPR, federal contractors have been directed to remove several clauses from new contracts that fall under the federal acquisition regulation from its contracts that aren't, quote, consistent with the direction of the president. Now, one of those clauses is the prohibition of segregated facilities clause, meaning anything from workspaces, restaurants, waiting areas, and more. But contractors still must adhere to provisions covered under the Civil Rights Act and non-discrimination laws. Other clauses to be removed include those around affirmative action compliance and equal opportunity. Now, many consider the changes to be largely symbolic, but some federal agencies have already adopted the new language. A recent notice from the
I'll just take her word symbolic. Well, I don't think what he did will lead to what you're saying happened. But it's pretty clear when she says symbolic, it's pretty clear that he is on the side of what you're fearful of. I mean, it does sound like based on his actions, if he had the ability, he would be okay with segregation. I mean, the symbolic part of it speaks volumes. I mean, it does sound like he is more in favor of what you are saying than he is not.
Yeah, I'm not fearful of segregation. It's just that I'm just
You think it'd be good for
saying
blacks?
that what
Do
he's
you
doing is illegal. Yeah.
do you think, you said you're not fearful of segregation? Do you think segregation would be good for blacks?
I don't know, to be honest, because well, back in the 1950s, we probably was doing good for ourselves. We had our own businesses.
You think it possibly could be? You said you don't know. Do you think it's possible that segregation could be good for blacks?
Maybe.
Really?
We may never know. You may never know.
I don't. You know something? I'll just say it this way: in a country that boasts about how free it is and about freedom all the time, segregation that is a loss of freedom. In other words, you can't go to this area. You can't do. You are losing freedoms. All of a sudden, a large portion of the country, a large amount of establishments and businesses are off limits to you. I don't see how that could be a good thing at all. I mean, not to mention you may have relatives and friends in those communities that you can't go visit now because you're not allowed in their neighborhoods. I don't see anything good in this at all.
I'm not saying anything.
Well, you said it could be.
No, I didn't. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if let's say segregation does happen, maybe black people would succeed in getting doing their own businesses and having their own schools.
You ever heard of Black Wall Street? You ever heard of Black Wall Street? What happened there when they were successful at doing their own businesses in their own schools?
It got burned down.
Right. So, I mean, like I said, I don't see anything good happening in this. I think that if all of a sudden,
because they're fearful of black people being successful and doing our own thing. It's all based in fear.
You think that changed? You think that's changed now if they go back to segregation? You think that's changed?
I don't think nothing changed at all. And we're not even in segregation now. They're still fearful of black people accomplishing being successful. They don't like to see an uprising of a group of people that have been oppressed for like a very long time.
But here's what's confusing me. If you believe what you're saying, then when I asked you if segregation could be possibly good for blacks, or you think your answer should be no, period. I mean, everything you're saying makes it clear that segregation is not good for. I mean, if you're talking about they're jealous of or competing with us, they don't want. They're 60% of the population. We're like 15%. So eventually, you're going to lose if it comes to a competition of sorts, and you're competing over resources and neighborhoods and things like that. So segregation for the African American community is negative. There's no way that's going to turn out well. I mean, if you're
even if we're not segregated, what makes you think they're not going to tear down what we're trying to build? Because black people, we do want our own businesses. We do want our own schools. We want to have things that we can have control over, like our own wealth. And
you kind of have that already. I mean, when you look at liberal cities, for the most part, blacks have most of it. I mean, the schools are mostly black, so you got your own school. Ain't nobody telling you what to teach in this school. It's black teachers, black students.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of.
But I have to disagree with that because a lot of history is backwards. Like they're not telling the truth about black history. To be honest with you.
Yeah, but if the teachers in a black school are teaching whitewashed history, at that point it's got to be the responsibility of the teacher. I mean, sir, let's take my hometown.
They can't deviate away from the curriculum.
I understand what you're saying, but let's take my hometown, Chicago. It's overwhelmingly black. The state is liberal, so even a state which normally dictates what you can teach in schools, the state of Illinois is not going to force Chicago teachers to teach whitewashed history. Blacks have complete freedom to teach what they want to in Chicago, yet they're complaining about the same stuff. How does that make sense?
But here's the thing: like, I live in California. Like, our neighborhoods are being gentrified by whites and Hispanics, and they're integrated into our schools. So if they were to talk about push African American studies a little more and talk about the success, of African Americans, I think we will get a little bit of like pushback from that because families are going to think, well, you guys are lying and that this isn't true because they don't want to hear about successful Black people. They want to hear about slavery, segregation, and the civil rights movement, stuff like that. They don't want to hear about successful Black people.
I don't know.
That
I think at this point, though, I hate to use the term cop out, but at this point, African Americans have enough access that you. Somebody mentioned the library. You got access to the internet. Even if they're teaching the wrong shit in schools at this point, it ain't the old Britannica Encyclopedia days anymore. You got a lot.
Well, they're trying to take down a lot of stuff on the internet that regarding Black history.
How you gonna do
They're
that?
already trying to take down the African American Museum. They're
Anybody that works at the African American Museum can go on YouTube and create their own page and tell you everything that they took down or everything that they're misteaching you. I mean, no matter what you want to know about throughout history, there's somebody on the internet that is teaching you that accurately. I mean, there's so much information out there. It's not the days anymore, like I said, where we're just on Britannica Encyclopedia or what you learn in school. There are so many avenues to learn stuff that it's kind of difficult to whitewash history.
It is, you know, I'm not saying that, but we do live in a society where they want to censor people. So
yeah, I mean, there's going to be some of that, but there's nothing stopping. I mean, there's enough money in the African American community to at least go to some folks to go to school. I mean, everybody can't afford private school, but some of them can to get the message out where you got Black teachers. The whole thing is run by Black people. You can do a lot more today to prevent the whitewashing of history than they ever could, like when I was growing up. There's plenty of money in the Black community now.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not impossible, but they're going to try to erase Black people as much as possible. Like, we have not contributed anything in this country. They're trying to do that. And right now, I think a lot of civil rights leaders and a lot of Black organizations are trying to stop Trump from doing all that stuff right now.
Well, I mean, at this point,
especially when it comes to the African American Museum, they trying to shut down.
Well, I will say it like this: if you feel that way, and a hell of a lot of African Americans do, and some of that is including me, the educators that happen to be Black, this is the time. If you see what they're doing at the federal level, this is the time in your own local communities. I mean, if you want to meet at the school and talk to folks about shit, or if you know a school that's teaching bullshit in the history books, get the word out, create a web page, create a YouTube page, and tell the truth about what happened, and then tell other kids in your class. I mean, there's so many ways to correct whitewashing of history nowadays. There's just anybody can create a YouTube page or create a social media page and actually tell folks what you read in here's Simon and Schuster's book. What you're reading in chapter 23 is a lie. Here's the truth. I mean, anybody can do that. So I think if what you're saying is true, and I'm not denying that some of it is not. So a lot of that stuff is true. They are trying to whitewash it in some areas, but the Black community is in a position now.
Look at the military. They're trying to whitewash the history of Black people. But they got a lot of backlash, and they brought that back.
I don't think you can unless you really, literally stop people from using the internet or take down freedom on the internet. Because as long as the internet is there, he's
trying to get rid of the internet. He's trying to reverse
really?
America back to that's what. Well, it's let's say it's just a rumor.
Yeah, it's just a rumor. You think Trump is trying to get rid of the internet?
Well, he wants to revert things back into like the 1960s. He wants to bring back mining. He wants to bring back factories, which I don't think that's going to come back anytime soon because
he's not trying to get rid of the internet, though. I got to move it on, Betterman, but he ain't trying to get rid of the internet. As long as he don't get rid of the internet, there's an avenue to overcome whitewash. And as long as you got the internet, we can all talk to each other and things like that and get the message out. So, I mean, I do agree at the federal level, there's a lot of a lot of atrocities and things in government, about slavery and stuff like that, that they would rather not be talked about or taught to kids. I get it, but there's a lot of ways to get that information to the kids outside of what's in schools.
But you would not believe this, but Mega Reacts just subscribed to my TikTok page.
That's a good thing.
I don't know how. I don't know how he found me, but he found me.
You sound frightened. You sound scared.
No, I'm not frightened. I'm just surprised. I didn't know he was interested.
He likes it. Hey, Mikey, he likes it. He thinks what you're talking about makes sense. You said he does that to all the speakers. There he is in the comments. He says he does that to all the folks that come up. But Betterman, I do got to move it on. There you go. You got a new follower. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anytime. Hey, Mikey, he likes it. How many of you remember that commercial? You got to be a little old to remember that. Again, Republicans think the government and companies have good faith with racism and working people. The Republican Party definitely is more trusting of corporations, 100%, than the Democrats see corporations as bad. Republicans see them as good. And there can be some validity on both sides. But I do believe the corporations in America, capitalist country, focus on the bottom line. Humanity, welfare of the people, concern of their employees, distant second. They're not concerned with that. They're interested in making money. If it causes them to have to hurt people, fire people, lay people, they don't care about that. It will only be a matter of time before they shut down YouTube like they're doing TikTok, because of the freedom TikTok provides. Let me ask this in the comments, because I think this second person, Will, has said it now. By way of yes or no, how many folks believe the Trump administration will actively try to shut down internet speech, TikTok, YouTube? How many folks believe, yes or no in the comments, you believe that the Trump administration will try to prevent folks from communicating online with each other? That's the last draw if he does that. I see one person says yes, one person says no. He wants the UK to get rid of their hate speech laws, so maybe. No, it made him president, says Margaret. Well, but he's in now. You don't have to worry about it no more. Tim, how long before info on internet, what does it say there? How long before information on the internet is considered fake news? Is already considered fake news. But it depends on who you're getting it from. If you're a liberal talking about MAGA or the Republican Party or Trump, yeah, it's all fake news to them. But if you're a black person talking about issues concerning black history, most people are not going, the black community is not going to automatically think you're fake news. He will limit the usage or not remove it. That could be bad enough. Let me go back to the box. Internal documents released by Elon Musk showed that FBI, DHS, and Biden campaign requested Twitter to be removed or suppressed certain content. I believe that's true. I think I did hear about that. That's one of the reasons why Elon was celebrating purchasing Twitter. But sounds like Twitter, and I don't use Twitter much, but it sounds like since Elon
What is wrong with you gaslighting that child?
How did I gaslight her?
You need to at least read the executive orders if you're going to sit up here and talk like you know something.
No, I was asking her. She the one that brought him up. I asked her, is that executive order saying this or saying that?
Cut civil rights. He did. He got, okay, this was on the 25th. DEI was the first cut. DEIA. It's DEIA. They keep leaving off the A. The A is accessibility. The executive order was signed on the 25th. It is the restoring equality of opportunity and merit. It's that it's the meritocracy based, which everybody gets hired on merit. He's such an idiot. Where is it?
Wait, what are you saying this do again?
Hold on, I'm finding it cuts the protections. Okay. It gets rid of where is it? There's a lot of writing on what Trump did. The executive order on the Disparate Act The executive order titled Restoring Equality of Opportunity and Merit directs federal agencies to discontinue the use of the disparate impact liability in all contexts to the greatest extent possible, deprioritizing enforcement of statutes and regulations that incorporate the Liability Act. I'm sorry, I'm sick. So, reassessing existing consent decrees and permanent injunctions. So basically, it applies to the enforcement of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And what it does is it identifies discrimination by assessing whether specific policies are disproportionately harm particular populations, even without explicit discrimination intent. It's allowed to enforce critical sections of the Civil Rights Act, allowing for identifying discrimination across various sectors, including employment, housing, law enforcement, and education.
Did you hear the clip that I played it from the news station though that made it clear that it's only ceremonial? It actually doesn't have the power to do the stuff you're talking about because it doesn't go around the actual law, the actual amendment that's in place.
He told Pam Bondi to pull this stuff up. The federal government is repealing it. This is an executive order he signed on the 25th.
Federal government can't get rid of it. The federal government can't get rid of an amendment. They can't get rid of it.
The Equal Rights is not an amendment. I mean, the Civil Rights isn't an amendment. It's an act.
Okay. So in other words,
they can't get rid of those.
So in other words, what you're saying when they stated here that it doesn't. So you're saying they're wrong. In other words.
Yeah. All the protection for the discrimination is now gone.
So why aren't people discriminating then?
Give them time. This only happened on April 25th. What do you mean?
I mean, come on now. You know, if they allow people to go and discriminate, people would start doing that right away. I mean, they would be doing that now. If they could do that, they would be doing it now.
It also is the one that took away women's protection for banking.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I know.
But that's what I'm saying. If these laws were
Tim, you ain't gonna gaslight me. I know for a fact.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm not gaslighting you. I'm telling you, or I'm asking you, if people can do this wild stuff, why are there nobody doing it?
Well, he just told Pam Bondi, like I said, it only happened on the 25th. We're not even 25 days away from that. Where's what he told her to do? Because there's a lot written here about it. Like, where'd it go? So basically, he's telling Pam Bondi that don't look over any of these. So it will start happening because they're not going to look at the bills and stuff to see if they discriminate against the population. So if they want to run something through that, I guess it's all game, but there's no protections there anymore. His executive order, and for the federal government, his executive order is the law. So federally, he can do that.
Bro, here's why I'm pushing back. When they rolled back Roe v. Wade, people knew they could ban abortion, and it started happening immediately. If what you're saying, these laws are rolling back protections, it does bear to ask, why aren't people going back to being discriminatory and being bigoted and racist immediately? Because there's a lot of people that want to. If they could do it, they would be doing it now.
Between what happened at the No. There's a difference in what happened at the Supreme Court and what happened here. The places where the Supreme Court rolled it back, the laws that were already in place in those states kicked in. They didn't just make them. Those laws were already on the books.
Yeah, but the areas that didn't have laws on the books started fighting to put laws on the books. They started immediately trying to pass laws to make it harder for women to terminate. They started passing laws
You were comparing apples to oranges.
No, what I'm saying is...
Let me know when you're done.
Okay, what I'm saying is if you pass a law that not pass a law because he's doing it federally, but he's doing it by executive order. If you remove protections for people, we know there are people in this country that want to do racist shit, want to oppress women. We know those people exist. If you remove the protections so that they can do that stuff, they're going to do it immediately. And I'm saying with Roe v. Wade, they went back to doing it immediately. the stuff you're saying that Trump has done with civil rights and all that, it bears to ask, why are they not doing this stuff immediately?
Because this is on the federal level. So I don't see any new laws that have been passed, but any new hiring, you won't know, but they can easily discriminate against you if they want to. Okay, it says within 45 days, the Attorney General and the EEOC chair must assess all pending investigations, civil suits, or positions. These are the cases that are taking place now in ongoing matters that rely on the Desperate Impact Liability Act and take appropriate action consistent with the policy and order. It is unlikely that the new cases will utilize this theory in civil rights enforcement, and the existing cases may go unenforced. So these people do it, you get to court to sue them, and nothing's going to happen. The federal agents will likely dismiss, close, or narrow pending enforcement actions, litigations, investigations, and consent decrees in the matter based on the disparate impact theories.
I think the difference between where I'm at on this and where you're at and where my last caller was at, I think we all agree that they are more.
Hold on, I'll tell you how it affects you so you'll understand. The order affects various types of civil rights enforcement: housing discrimination cases under the Fair Housing Act, employment discrimination cases under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, credit discrimination cases under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, other cases involving unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts and practices.
Okay.
You need to go read it.
Yeah, like I said, even if I read it, it's going to still bear the same question I asked. If people can do this, why are they not doing it?
How do you know they're not?
Because you would hear people complaining about they're being discriminated against. You know, you went to apply for. Hold on. You went to apply for a federal job, and they told you whites only because they can legally do that. Why are they not saying that?
Okay, Tim, you tell me, even back in the day, like, I've seen racist hiring. I've never ever heard anybody even do that. Before that, like, I don't know. I think
you've never heard that before? Or somebody...
Now, look, Tim, generally your pushbacks make sense, but this is just funny to me because you're not making any sense.
You're
not listening to what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that the cases that are in court now, they're going to look at and get rid of. Those cases aren't go to court.
You've never heard hiring whites.
You're not listening. I am sick, and today is. Please, I got very little voice. What I am trying to tell you is that right now, the civil rights cases that are in the court now, they're looking to dismiss them with no, resolve for the plaintiff. And any future cases will just be screwed. Does that make sense? And they're doing that right now.
I'm hearing everything you're saying. I'm simply saying that I don't see the evidence that all of the stuff.
You're just being obtuse.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, I don't hear people complaining that they were discriminated against. They applied for a job. It said whites only. Fine. I haven't heard it. Mm-hmm. Here's what I was saying when you.
How could you look at the TV? You can't hear nothing for all the crap Trump puts out there between the Pope getting elected and Trump trying to act like the Pope. Like, where will you hear these stories? The news is so full of bullshit. You wouldn't hear them even if they were there.
Andy, what I'm telling you is, if it becomes legal by way of Trump to do this stuff, they're going to be out in the open doing it where Trump can't hide it. I mean, like I said, I applied for a federal job and they told me flat out, we're only hiring white people. They're not going to, if it becomes legal, they're not going to hide it anymore. You're saying it's legal now. I'm saying it's not. And apparently she dropped out, but yeah, I think the difference, listen, I think what it says, nobody, we don't report in here, so nobody reported her. I'll say this though. I think the difference between me and my last two callers is how close we are to this stuff. I'm not so blind that I'm suggesting that that's not the goal or the direction of the current administration. I'm just simply suggesting that they're trying to get us there. We're not already there. My last two callers are saying we're already there and they can do this stuff now. That's the difference. So it's not like I'm defending Trump and saying, no, this stuff ain't happening. No, I'm saying I do believe that if Trump had his way, a lot of the stuff she is suggesting, or both of my last two callers are suggesting, I think that if Trump had his way or members of his administration had their way, some of that stuff would become law. But I'm saying that I don't see evidence that we're there now. And she is saying that we're there right now. I don't see that. And the reason I'm saying I don't see that is because I think if we were there right now, people, if you passed a law that people could be openly racist, they would be. They would be. If it ain't gonna be, if it's not a crime to do it, they would do it. Like now, she was mentioning during that era that they actually have stuff like that. Now on my screen there, you see a photo of a kid back in the day or a young man back in the day looking at a sign that says "Help Wanted," whites only. They did used to do it. They did used to do it. And if all of a sudden the president or the administration passed a law that allowed them to do this, I think they would go right back to doing it. Some people would. I'm not saying all white people want to only associate with whites, but the ones who do would go back to doing it. So the fact that it ain't happening yet, it might at least me to only believe one thing. They are not legally allowed to do it yet. But my last two guests are suggesting that they are legally allowed to do it right now. And I'm saying I don't see that. I don't believe that, because I believe if they were legally allowed to do it right now, they would be doing it right now. Looking in the comments, it must be nerve-wracking having TDS. I feel for you. Like Shaka Khan, love the song. Pablo, I don't know if you're talking about me or if you're talking about my last caller. Y'all seen that Bitcoin price? No, I have not seen the Bitcoin price. Bluntly, like a retarded fucking waterhead. William, I don't know what you're talking about, but if you elaborate, I'll read it out again. Trump used Twitter as a direct line to the American people, bypassing the media filters during his last presidency. That's true. That's true. I think Trump has changed the way future presidents will use the media. Obama was starting to use the internet, but yeah, Trump is taking it to another level. I mean, you can't hate on the guy. I mean, he used what works. It worked. So, the liberals need to figure it out as well. People want to hear from their leaders. And Trump talks to the people. So it's working for him. I'm not going to say everything he says is true, but fact is he talked to the people. Let me go back to the box, because I'm getting hammered after my last two callers. I don't know what I've done wrong, but we'll continue on. What a dump truck. You can't have... hold on a second, gangster. And I already know what I'm about. Hang on. Porous Gump says, what a dumb fuck. You can't have TDS when Trump is currently the president. You low IQ hunchback. Gangster, what's going on?
I can't stand Joe fucking Pookie Ray ass. I can't. Look at you. You're cupcaking, you're fluffing, and you're bending the fuck over for a white man. The last caller and the caller before, she was telling you the damn truth. She was.
How am I bending over for the white man?
Look at you. Oh, Lord, I cannot. See, that's why I get high before I deal with you. Because I can't deal with you. And I don't have no TD, whatever the fuck you tripping. See, I call it like it fucking is. I can't stand the maggots. I can't stand him. Because he's doing it. The civil rights is gone out of the federal. They took the cases away. Bye-bye. See you later, Pookie. Ray.
So what you're saying is right now we no longer have federal civil rights.
We don't. You can't read and you can't comprehend. Can you?
So then
you really can't.
So then I'm going to ask you, if we no longer have federal civil rights right now, why are there nobody violating it?
Oh my fucking God! I swear to God, I can't. You shouldn't even have a platform because you're just doing the most. You are gaslighting, and you ain't gaslighting my fucking ass. You ain't nobody. You are not. Not today, Pookie. No, you are not.
I'm trying. No, wait, hold on. I'm trying to be educated. I want this. You can call me poop. You can call me stupid. Whatever. I want you to educate me. I want you to make me smarter. Why?
Why do we have? You have a platform. You should be educating your damn self. You should be reading up on this shit. Like you say, oh, he did good on the border. Let me tell you about the border, Pookie. Okay? So this is the last damn time you gotta read my fucking lips. You understand me? Read me. He's breaking the fucking law. That's why there's no the border is so-called closed. He's breaking the fucking law, okay? He won't let them come in and do asylum. But you know who he is letting the white people from South Africa. He's giving them a new plane to come up in here, okay? Giving them money and shit. But he won't do it for the black and brown people. You need to get educated real quick.
That part right there is true. I am aware that they're trying to let in South African.
And they're white.
Yeah.
They're white. But he will not let them come to the border to get asylum, Pookie. Okay? So quit bending the fuck over to the white man.
But we're talking about civil rights, Gangsta Grandma. I'm not hearing.
And the civil rights, the whole damn thing is gone. They told you. Didn't you read? Can't you comprehend anything? They said it. They did it. They froze it. They froze it.
So if blacks have lost, or minorities and women, I guess too.
Can you say black people? Can you at least say black people, not blacks? Because that is kind of racist. And you black your damn self. It's black people.
Saying.
Never mind. They went over your fucking head. Never mind. Go ahead. Do it yourself.
You really think saying blacks is racist?
Go ahead. Go look it up. But I'm not going to tell you nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, going back to you threw me for a loop with that. Wow. So
I'm more educated than you, and I'm supposed to be white, right? Go ahead. Okay. But I'm not white. Go ahead.
Okay, at the very least, it would be a grammatical error if saying it should be black folks, not blacks. That makes it racist. Wow. Okay, what I'm saying is this: if they do not have to give you civil rights, why are there not African Americans complaining that they have been denied civil rights? I mean, they don't have to give them to you anymore.
You comprehend? They're fighting them in court. Everything that he's been doing, they're fighting them in court. The Democrats are. Come on, comprehend this shit. People are mad. That's why they're out there protesting and stuff. They are mad as hell. But you have to be a cupcake. You have to be fifiing. You have to bend over for, Donald Trump. They're calling us that we got TDS, but you're the one that's clueless. You know what? You're the type of man, the black man, that you'll be yes master. Yes master. You believe anything that the maggots say. You believe anything because you give them the damn platform. You're giving them the platform. You are. You don't fight back. You don't tell them. You know what? It is racist to let the white South Africans come into the United States, but you're not letting them. You're not letting the black and brown people come in, do the same damn thing. Oh, you bitch about giving them what? Hotel rooms? But he's giving the white man hotel rooms.
I was not aware about the hotel room part. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, he's giving them money and shit. Don't you read? Don't you understand what he's doing? Oh, Amnesty, you come in. Oh, you're so welcomed here because you're white.
Well, I like I said, I tend white. Wow. I saw what happened with the rolling back of Roe v. Wade. But before you can hang on a second, Gangsta Grandma, because Will seems to think the same thing. He says, "Do you really think that white racists are that foolish to come straight out? It will be a snowfall effect. It won't be right away because they are so afraid to be the first oddballs." Is that what you're saying too, Gangsta Grandma?
He's right. He's right, but you over here cupcaking and giving these motherfuckers a platform and say, oh, yeah, he's not doing that. Oh, we have to give him time. Give him time for it to take all of our fucking rights away. That's what he's trying to do now. He's doing it now. But you don't give a damn because you know why? Oh, now I'm called a racist. You know why I get called a racist? Because I'm calling the white people out. I'm calling the asses out. I'm calling them out.
I think, like I said, just like...
And you don't think that's not racist? You don't think what he's doing to the South Africans is not racist? Yeah. But he's kicking all the black and brown people out? Yeah. Go fucking figure, right?
Yeah. I don't disagree with that part. Let me tell
you something. Let me tell you something. I am so sick of you cupcaking ass little... You feel what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I can't.
No, I don't.
Because you over here, you think it's funny. You give these motherfuckers the ammo. You give them motherfuckers the ammo. And we have to fight. We're fighting every damn day. Every damn day. The black and brown people, we are fighting. But oh no, we're the ones that have the TDS, because you get these white tea motherfuckers like, what is it? Mega reactor stuff. He sounds like kind of special needs type of shit. Yeah, you give him a damn platform. Oh, they say, yeah, you know what? That's not it, though. It's not. Yeah, you're telling a white man. You're telling a white man?
No.
Get me the fuck out of here.
Okay, I think.
I wish you would let me be a co-anchor to you, and I'll drag that fucking white boy to hell and back on your platform. I wish you would let me talk to him.
My guests think that you're a racist, gangster grandma.
You know what? Call me what the fuck you want, okay? Call me what the fuck you want. Black people can't be racist because we don't have the fucking thing up. We don't have the power like the white man do.
I'm gonna do this. I'm going to do some. Hold on. I'm going to do something I don't normally do, but I'm gonna do this just once because somebody wants to talk to you, and we'll.
I know, maggot. The maggot do. White boy do.
Can you handle that?
I'll tear his ass up.
Okay,
I'll tear him up.
Can you handle that?
I can't. You think I'm scared of a white boy?
MAGA reacts.
Okay, first of all, I'm not white.
I don't give a fuck who color you is. You act white.
I'm whatever I am. I've been raised in one country, living in this one. I speak 2 languages. I think in 2 languages.
You want a cookie? You want a cookie, Pookie? You want a cookie? You want a cookie? Do you really want a cookie?
No, I'm trying to explain why you're racist, because you got hate in your heart.
I'm not racist. Okay, let me break
you definitely have hate in your heart. You hate so much. You hate everything.
So wait a minute. So calling your bitch ass out, okay? Calling the maggots out makes me racist.
Gangster,
you can't. Everything from us
hating people because of their race makes you racist.
I said I don't hate white people. I hate you. You're a maggot. I hate you because you voted against us. What the fuck you talking about, Willis?
Okay.
I don't hate the normal white tea people that are on our side.
But you do hate. So why are you any better than a racist?
Oh my God, you are so
I'm trying to teach you here, and you're just hating and yelling.
Teach me shit. I think you need to sit your ass down somewhere and stay in your white tea lane somewhere. Because you know me now, little white boy. You got me fucked.
Tim, have I ever gotten on here and spewed hate like this lady does every day? Because I saw
was just hate. Okay, let me tell you something. You know what is racist? Is when your white tea president, your orange Cheeto head, your God is going to bring South Africans here, but will not let the black and brown people come in and do the same goddamn thing.
Okay, hold on. Let me get in here. Hold on, let me get in here. I do want to ask you, MAGA React. She is right about that whole. They're letting South African refugees in here during a time when they're having the largest deportation in history and treating these white immigrants with respect like that. Why is that happening? Because she is right about that.
I mean, he's also let Venezuelans. He's also let Haitians. Before.
No, he's not.
He's let all kinds of people here. I mean, we always taking refugees.
No, he ain't.
He's kicking them out.
Yeah, he is treating them a lot better than everybody else. Why is that?
What's up?
He is treating those South Africans a lot better than everybody else. Why is that?
A private jet.
Not only is he treating them better, they weren't even.
I don't have the specifics, so I don't want to debate it too much.
Yeah, because not only is he. Hold on.
Oh, no, you don't, do you?
They were not even asking. They were not even asking to come here. We sent them an invite. When do we tell immigrants you're invited to come here? They weren't even asking to come. We invited them here.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know the history, so honestly,
he don't know shit.
So I'm not gonna.
See that? He don't know shit. He don't know shit. When it comes to his orange
speak about things I don't know
he
about.
Don't know shit. But he wants to call black women a racist.
All kinds of shit you don't know about.
Damn ass out. Go ahead.
Okay, let him talk. Let him talk, Mac. Against the reacts, let him talk. Go ahead, MAGA.
I'm good. I just wanted to explain to her why racism is bad. It's because of the hate. If you have the hate and it's another reason for race, why are you better?
Don't kick out your president, Pookie, because he's doing all the hate right now, Pookie.
Listen, you're way more hateful than he is.
No, I'm not. I'm not the one that put C on the damn race agreements. I didn't put that, right? No. I did not tell the Central 5 Park people that they did it. and they didn't do shit. I didn't say that the black and brown people can't go back to where they came from, but yeah, he's letting the white people
Listen, if you were
money, get the fuck out of here.
if you were a celebrity like Trump, I'm sure we'd have way more shit on you. Just because we don't know anything about you, we don't even know if you're black. So we don't know if
bitch,
you're
go look
saying
at my
is
profile.
true.
Go Google my profile, bitch. My mama, my
white woman. I don't even know what that picture is.
I just look light skinned because I'm light skinned. You don't remember? Black comes in every shade. Pookie. Get educated before you come for me.
I mean, you told Tim to read your lips, but you're not even on video.
You don't want me. Oh, Lord, I'll drive, boy. You go put your ass on video. Let's see how white you are.
Okay, we're not doing all of that now.
That's my pig, bitch. I've been online before. What the fuck you talking about?
I don't have 1,000 followers. I don't come on TikTok.
Shut your ass up. I don't have enough followers.
All right, folks. Okay, we get
Scary ass.
All right, fair enough. I'm going to go ahead and move
You
it
ain't
on.
gonna try shit. I gotta say something before I drop and go roll me another blunt.
All right.
That's the kind of ignorance. That's the kind of ignorance he is. He be over here saying a lot of shit. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's all over the damn news. It's passed all over TikTok. He knows. He just doesn't want to call the shit out. He don't want to say that his president is a racist and he's a triple K and every damn thing else. He don't. Because he don't want to look stupid. But guess what, bitch? You bent over and you're sucking it too.
You can't be.
So gag out his little peanuts, bitch.
All right, gangster. Appreciate you coming through. All right. Okay.
Yeah, at the end of the day, at least I'm not hateful. That's all I've never been up here spewing hate like her, right? Can you give me that, Tim?
Yeah, you're not as bombastic as her. I mean, I'll definitely say that. You're not as bombastic.
I know, but I
You say some crazy. You say some crazy.
And I hate this person. I've never said I hated anyone.
Well, you say some things. I vehemently disagree with, but you're not anywhere near as bombastic as that. I'll give you that. But I'll go ahead and move it on.
The word
Appreciate
is
it.
hateful. Take care.
Bye. All right. Wow. I don't normally bring on multiple folks, but I did. I mean, listen, they called each other out, So. How many of you remember the Jerry Springer show? It kind of felt like that for a moment there. We've been trying to bring the white racists out for years. It's like pulling teeth. But I would greatly appreciate it so I can see who they are. Well, yeah, we want to see what people are. But I will, like I said, I'm asking that question. If the law would allow people to be racist, like what the last three callers I've had with the exclusion of MAGA reacts, I have a hard time believing that nobody wouldn't do it. Now, Will pointed out, well, they wouldn't all do it at the same time. Maybe, but some would. Some would. I mean, you would have some folks going back to the whites only platform where they have the signs up and stuff like that. And the fact that nobody has done that is what I'm stating as the reason why I don't believe you can do it yet. But unlike what Gangster Grandma and some of the folks who were accusing me of fluffing were saying in the comments, I'm not defending Trump under the guise that I don't think he is capable of doing that. I just disagree that it's already there. I mean, some of the stuff Gangsta Grandma was talking about, putting C on applications and the Central Park 5 and stuff like that. That stuff is true. She's going off and cussing people out and shit like that, but everything she said was not false. Her delivery is not good, but everything she said was not false. I just think that, like what I brought up with MAGA Reacts about the whole immigrants from South Africa. It is clear that the Trump administration seemed to be treating white immigrants better than brown and black ones. I don't deny that. I just think that the picture the last few callers painted is something that we're headed to as opposed to actually at already. And that's where the difference is. I don't disagree with them very much, other than they believe we're there already. I believe we could be headed there. And I'll leave it at that. They are fast tracking them to citizenship. Yeah, the South African thing, if you want to say that Trump is treating, more favorable to whites than blacks, the South African immigrant thing is a really good case to make. I mean, how you just went to this country. Because, look, the white people in South Africa are currently being mistreated. But there's a historical context to it. They stole land from the black citizens in South Africa throughout history. Unlike in America, the black population in South Africa have control. And they stated, we're taking our land back. I don't give a damn if it's 100 years ago. The land that's in your family does not belong in your family. You took it from my ancestors. We're taking it back, and we're not giving you any money for it at all. So a lot of modern day whites in South Africa are having their land taken from them because maybe their great-great-grandfather took it from somebody else. Now, some would suggest it's wrong to make somebody today pay for something their great-great-great-grandparent paid for. We could talk about that, but keep in mind, if your great-great-great-grandparent took land from my great-great-great-grandparent, then that means they also took generational wealth from me, because that land would have been passed down to my family and I would have received it. But because your ancestor took it, it's been passed down to your family and you are benefiting from it. So the argument can be made either way. But the fact is, the blacks in South Africa are taking their land back, and the Trump administration has stepped in and stated, well, since they're mistreating you in your country, we'll let you come and live in ours. It definitely looks like Trump is more favorable to white immigrants, because some of the brown immigrants, black ones too, but particularly some of the brown immigrants he's kicking out, they got real horror stories. They're not just talking about their land got taken. Some of these folks are literally talking about people are trying to take my life. And he's like, fuck it, go back anyway. But this guy who lost his house, well, you can come back. I mean, it does look like he is being far more favorable to white immigrants. I don't think there's any way to spit shine that. There's no way to make that sound any better than what it actually is. He is more favorable to white immigrants. Why do you think these Triple K and Yahtzees are wearing masks, but they are local police officers and doctors and politicians? That is true, but I think the mask in that case is because the KKK and all of them, they wear masks because they're trying to commit crimes. They're out committing crimes. Even when the KKK was in operation, what they were doing, albeit it wasn't enforced, it was illegal even then. Even back in the 1920s, they were committing, violent felonies against people of color. It was illegal even then. It wasn't like the local law enforcement was going to enforce it. You've seen Mississippi burning. It ain't like they're really going to do anything about it, but they wore masks because they were actually committing horrible crimes. Having a sign up that says whites only gets a totally different sentiment from the public than going out and bombing a church full of kids. So there is some difference to it. But yeah, most of the hardcore white supremacist groups, KKK and stuff like that, they don't want to self-identify. They do not, because they are doing acts of inhumanity, so to speak. Like I said, taking the life of children, women, babies, they don't care. Acts of inhumanity. I think it's shockingly awful and heartbreaking. Yeah. These attacks aren't just reborn crimes. They're widely seen as racially and politically motivated, tied to land exploitation rhetoric and anti-white sentiment. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I think even in America that could happen. If blacks had majority control, I mean, we know in this country, that's how the country was founded, is they were taking land from natives and giving it to white people. So there's a lot of generational wealth within the white communities that don't exist in the black. In fact, if you grew up in my area, I'm Generation Z, 70s and 80s, we're like really the first generation of blacks throughout all of American history where people started actually having money. There was no wealth in the black community. Going back to my mom's generation and the hundreds of years before that, there's no wealth in the black community. So whereas in the white community, there was. So, I mean, I said, I understand it, but doing it to modern day people based on something that their ancestors did, there is a conversation to be had. Let me go back to the box though. Archifying. I mean, we're talking about punishing people of today for what their distant relative did. So there's an argument to be made on both sides. Arsha, fine. Good evening. Arsha.
Hello, Tim. Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
You're bothering me today. I'm just going to say that. Generally, you don't bother me, but you're bothering me today.
What am I doing?
I still got love for you. Anyway, moving on. I want to talk about the South African thing, just real quick, because the fact that United States, well, actually, under the Trump administration, we no longer give aid to South Africa, because apparently Afrikaners, or the Dutch people that are, went there to colonize, which, by the way, I want you to know the statistics. Afrikaners, or white South Africans, make up 7% of the population, and they own 72% of the land. The Black Africans contribute to 81.4% of the population, and they own 4% of the land.
It's bad.
So, and I'm looking at this in real time, because I didn't want to come on here not knowing shit. Most of the white-owned land is unproductive and fallow. They are not even creating agriculture. The land reform is the same it was during apartheid. What they're trying to do in Africa, the African government, is the land that is public, is trying to give it to, help Africans, South Africans,
But why not pay for it? I mean, are we doing this because we want to make South Africa better? Or are we doing this to take revenge out on the white man for what their ancestors did? If you're going to take somebody's land, why not give them a stipend for it?
They're not taking actual white Afrikaners' land. They're not stealing it. They're not. Like, people really, okay. I'm not even going to get into that argument. What I'm going to talk about right now is the hypocrisy of the Trump administration. Okay. They shut down asylum. Nobody can get it. The Afghanistanis that fought alongside the United States of America for all of those years were guaranteed refuge in this country. He has wiped that away. Yeah. Those people are now going to go back to a country
they could be killed.
All of them are going to die.
Yeah, Trump is not friendly to black and brown immigrants.
But what you're telling me is these white Afrikaners are in so desperate need that you're going to give them a fast track railroad. They're going to have free housing, free health care, because that's what we give to people that are seeking asylum, right, and refugees, and all these things. And that's okay. Why is one, Tim? Tell me why one group why one doesn't.
I just stated it. Trump is not friendly to black and brown immigrants, legal or otherwise. I've said that many times on the show.
Okay, and then back to the whole. Okay, I'm so frustrated right now. I feel like I need to smoke some weed with Granny. Anyway, okay, let me go back to shit. There's so much happening today. You saying, okay, first off, until the United States government, not the Southern,
Hold on 1 second, because I see comments that are kind of humorous. Mr. Splackerville says O.J. Simpson had to steal his shit back too. So is that what we're looking at, a violent acquisition of your property?
First off, I don't think making jokes about certain things is productive when we're talking about racial inequality. But yeah, ha ha ha. Anyway, until the United States government designates the KKK as a terrorist organization, we're not going to have real change in this country. Why has that not happened? And another thing, when you were saying, if all these things being rolled back, why aren't white people just doing it out in the open? Tim.
I'm listening.
Even with the laws, they were discriminating against women, people of color. And have we not everybody just says all the shit out loud, right?
But some of them do.
But there also is, subtle, polite racism.
Okay.
There is subtle, polite racism.
True.
Where you're like, and you and I have probably experienced it in our lifetime, where they'll say something and you're like, oh my God, what the fuck was that? I feel like I'm offended because that was so wrong, but you said it so nice.
Yeah, but you
like, but what I'm saying is when you remove the website on the White House website for people to log in and find a way to report a discriminatory event, when you remove that, you take away the power of the people. And it doesn't matter if you're a white person, a white female, a white male, you're taking away the power of the people. So, and what was really making me upset with you today was you were saying I don't see it. And I think a lot of times, certain people don't see stuff, right? And that is like, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening.
True.
And and by the time you do see it, it might be too late. You're like, oh fuck, I see it now. Like how long did it take till they start smelling people coming out of a freaking camp?
Yeah, but here's what I keep saying. If you could legally, okay, if Trump used the executive order to get rid of the Civil Rights Act, which is what my first call, two callers ago were saying, if he'd done that, there would be people, not everyone, like you said, some people want to be a little bit more clandestine about it, but some folks don't give a shit. Certainly if you're in an area, if you're in a far right area, like I said, rural Alabama, rural Louisiana somewhere, where a lot of people in the community already think that way anyway, they would be out in the open with it. We only serve whites. We only hire whites. They would do that. And the fact that you don't see that yet, to me, is an indication that Trump has not rolled it back all the way like that yet. He might be. He may be on the path to doing it, but it's not there yet.
I don't know about you, but I have traveled the United States. I have been told I cannot use the bathroom. I have had my boyfriend's money at the time, because my boyfriend happened to be white, had his money thrown at him because he was a race trader. I don't know what utopia you're living in. It happens. It doesn't happen everywhere, because I believe genuinely people are, most people are decent. Not all people. But, and then the other thing I want to go to, what you were talking about the internet, and we shouldn't worry about things. And the internet, you can have, access to all things. China, you can't have access to all things. There's internet, but you can't have access to all things.
But you think Russia, they're trying to do that in America? You think that Trump is trying to?
That's not what I'm saying. Russia, you can't have access to all things. Again, we are so used to having and taking for granted the freedoms that we do have. Why is it that X has taken away certain fact checking?
Because they want uncensored free speech.
Well, no, because if you say something that X doesn't like, then they'll take it down.
Have you seen anybody complaining that that's happened?
Have you not heard this?
I don't use X. I don't
either, because I feel like it's like the toilet of the internet.
Yeah, exactly. I don't use it for that same reason.
Plenty of people have complained about it, about their free speech being removed or blocked.
Okay, yeah, I don't use X for that same reason. It's turned into a cesspool of trash. But I will say though, I'm just not seeing enough of this quite yet. Like you said, for instance, you've been places and they told you can't use the bathroom. Did they tell you because you're black?
Well, why'd they let the other person behind me use the bathroom?
Maybe they knew him.
Tim, stop it. Be quiet.
No, I'm saying that if people could do this stuff, they would be out in the open with. Some people would be out in the open with it. You don't think anybody would be out in the open with this?
That was pretty out and open. That lady in the park cursing out and saying the N-word to that kid was pretty out in the open. that lady on whatever news channel saying, yeah, I use the word all the time. Yeah, Marie, whatever. She's pretty out in the open.
Yeah, but
There's
Arsha,
plenty of people that are out in the
Arsha,
open.
you've
Tim.
had people.
We just don't listen to it because that's gross.
Arsha, we're talking about Trump though. You've had people call black folks the N-word under Obama, under Biden, long before Trump came along. I mean, that's always going to happen. You're going to always have a few idiots out there. You're making it sound like Trump has legalized something, though. I'm telling you, I don't see any evidence where he has legalized anything.
Listen, no MAGA reacts. I'm not going to sue because you're not going to change people's minds by suing them. Anyway, ignorance is ignorance. But again, you could just look at it with, policy. You're going to get rid of all these brown people, but you're going to give white Afrikaners who actually are not being persecuted or living in harm's way a fast track to citizenship. That's all you need to know.
We agree on that Trump is certainly more friendlier to I think he's more friendlier to white immigrants than black and brown ones. I don't think there's any argument to that.
Can you tell me why he actually just focused on those people of all the people in the world?
Because there's an excuse to be made. They're white. They're going through something that is awful. I mean, they're having their land stolen. People are threatening their lives.
That is not true. They are not having their land stolen. It is actually not true. Stop believing.
So no one in South Africa is having their land taken.
We're talking about public land.
I'm talking about private land that people own.
No, it's not. They still own 72% of the land in South Africa when they're only 7% of the population.
Okay. I'd have to. Okay, if what you're saying is true, then I'd have to look it up. I have not.
Well, I know. I'm looking at it in real time. I know plenty of people that have lived in South Africa that are Caucasian, and apartheid wasn't that long ago. And being oppressed and putting in the little boxes, and not having the rights, the place where you were born, right? They weren't taken and brought there. This was their space.
Okay, let me. I want to play something, and I want to get your opinion on this. I'm hearing this for the first time as well, but I think it might pertain to what we're talking about.
Let's head overseas now, where South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has a new law allowing land seizures by the state without compensation if the government determines it is, quote unquote, just and equitable and in the public interest to do so. Now, the reasons for nil compensation can vary from abandonment or disuse to health and safety concerns or, quote unquote, public interest, which could be basically anything the government of the day thought was good. They've been pushing for this for 5 years. They've had lengthy public consultation processes, and it repeals the Expropriation Act of 1975, which, much like compulsory acquisition here, said you had to be compensated if the government took your land. Now, some members of the South African government are saying they're going to challenge the legality of all of this, Evelyn. But the idea that the government could come in for any reason it deems to be in the public interest and take your land away for zilch is insane.
You think they're lying about this?
Okay. This is absurd. How many black South Africans do you think had their land taken away without compensation?
That ain't what I'm asking you, though. You said this ain't happening.
But they also did say abandoned land that was contaminated.
You told me this wasn't happening, Arsha.
No, but they didn't.
You just told me it wasn't happening.
Tim?
Yes?
First off, I would like to hear it from, I like to fact check and second guess that, because I've heard from many people that, including, South Africa, it's not completely factual the way that things are being portrayed with that.
I would like to do more of that myself, but I'm just simply saying they're clearly complaining about it from a standpoint of what I'm saying. Now we all could be wrong about it, but what I'm saying is obviously based on something. Somebody, it's not like I just made it off the top of my head. That's what I had been hearing. Let me try one. Go ahead.
Wait, stop for 1 second. Listen, if you were a black South African and some people, during apartheid, some people came and stole your land, didn't give you compensation. Do you believe after apartheid you have a right to that land that was stolen from you?
You know, if I'm receiving the land, I'm gonna say yes all day. But if my hold on, let me respond. If my great grandfather stole some land from somebody, and I've been living in that, hold on.
It's not that long ago.
What it's somebody that I don't have no connection with. If somebody in my past, in my family tree took some land from somebody, and I now call that my home, and I've been living there, do I believe that some dude shows up and says my family is who lost this back in 50s and 1800s, whenever, you got to get this up? Would I want to just give it up? That's the question you're asking me. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a touchy subject. I mean, taking people's rights away and putting them in boxes and deciding that they're inferior. I mean,
but I'm just simply saying it does appear that this is going on. You originally thought this was not happening. It does seem like this might be taking place.
What I'm saying is, yes, land that has been abandoned, because I know plenty of white Afrikaners, by the way. Some of them are my friends, and they, left because they fought along South Africans to help end apartheid, and they could not live in that country. But they will acknowledge that even they've abandoned land. What are you going to do?
I don't think this is all just. I got to move it on in Arsha, but I don't think it's all just abandoned land. I don't think it's all just abandoned.
No, I'm not. But again, we need to think about that. Like, I can't come and steal your house, Tim. I mean, I can't, maybe. And then I can't get mad when you say, you know what, I'm taking my house back. Because you don't have rights to that. You took it from me without due process.
I didn't take it. My grandfather did.
Maybe your grandfather's still living on
that. And now I'm about to be homeless because you're punishing me for what my grandfather did.
No. And I refuse to believe that 7.2% of a population isn't living great in life. I believe that the reason that they might be having a problem is that they are no longer in charge. They can no longer say, you know what, I don't like the way you're looking at me. You're going to go into a prison. They no longer have
They're no longer in charge. You said it right. They're no longer in charge.
Yeah,
I got to move it on, Arsha.
Yeah. But we need to, yes.
All right. Thank you for coming through. And I want to hear another one of those clips. What did they just do? They don't, apparently they didn't like my last caller, so they took the damn live down. I got to appeal it. Let me see here. And we'll run it on YouTube for a minute. Let me see what's happening here. Shit. Real quick, I wanted to hear that. I'm not going to be to take another caller because they took the thing down on TikTok for a minute. But I want to hear this.
And Cyril Ramaphosa has signed into law a bill allowing land seizures by the state without compensation, a move that has put him at odds with some members of his government. Black people only own a small fraction of farmland nationwide more than 30 years after the end of the racist system of apartheid. The majority remains with the white minority. This has led to frustration and anger over the slow pace of reform. While Ramaphosa's ANC party hailed the law as a significant milestone in the country's transformation, some members of the coalition government say they may challenge it in court. The law outlines how expropriation can be done and on what basis by the state, the government says. It replaces the Pre-Democratic Expropriation Act of 1975, which placed an obligation on the state to pay owners it wanted to take land from, under the principle of willing seller, willing buyer.
I just want to say on this, I I can see both sides of it. I can see both sides of it. The land is being taken back by folks who rightfully should have owned it. There's no denying that whatsoever. The land is being taken back by people who should have been the rightful owner of it. However, the people who being punished by it have nothing to do with what happened back in those days. Most of them don't. I don't know what else they got going on in South Africa, and that's the reason why I answered it the way I did when my last caller brought it up. Because she said if the land was taken, shouldn't they get their land back? And I answered her question from a standpoint that you don't normally expect it to be answered from. I answered it from not from me being the person that had my land stolen, but for me being the one that's now being used to give the land back. And I'm going to tell you, and then she could suddenly see it a little bit different, meaning that, yeah, it's easy to say if a white guy's living in a home on land that his great-great-grandfather stole, he should have to give it back to the family that it was stolen from. It sounds easy to say that. But instead of me answering it that way, I put myself in the property as the owner. And now I'm part of the family that are the bad guy. And then suddenly she understood there is another side to it. Meaning that if you were born as, let's say, a black person, you were born as a black person living in a home on land, it's all you've ever known. And someone suddenly shows up to your doorstep and tells you your great-great-great-grandfather stole this land from somebody, you got to leave your house and become homeless. Now you start to see it from the other side. And it's like, it's not as clear. It sounds a lot more clear cut when you look at it from a standpoint of you're only looking at the bad guy. But when you put yourself in the shoes of being an accidental bad guy, now it starts to look a little bit more hazy. I mean, can you imagine somebody showing up to your house and demanding you give it up because somebody, in your distant family wrongfully took ownership of it? You ain't got nothing to do with that. Now you see how, this is what I'm talking about. She disqualified herself talking about black issues while submitting to a white man. That's so crazy. Shaking my head. He suggested he's right I almost say he's right about the disqualification, but he is right that my last caller is in an interracial marriage. So he said, because I don't agree though. I think you can be in an interracial marriage and still speak out against racism and things like that. I mean, you might be married to a white person that is willing to die on behalf of civil rights. I mean, look, African Americans did not gain rights solely by themselves. There's a whole lot of white people in those fights. A whole lot of white people lost every damn thing fighting on behalf of blacks. Some lost their lives. They say, what is it? Some gave, all gave some gave all. If you were fighting on behalf of civil rights, you're just as much an enemy as the people they don't want to give civil rights to. You're an N-word lover. A good example would be anytime you hear somebody fighting on behalf of Black Lives Matter, protesting on behalf of Black Lives Matter. If something bad happens to them, even if they're white, the folks who don't like Black Lives Matter are going to celebrate it. Think Kyle Rittenhouse. He didn't kill anybody black. People he took out were white. But they're going to be viewed in the eyes of some as N-word lovers. Same thing with Daniel Perry. Not Daniel Penny on the subway, but Daniel Perry is another one that was down in Texas during a Black Lives Matter protest when they were blocking the streets off, and he deliberately instigated for the Black Lives Matter protesters to come to his car, and he shot and killed one. He was found guilty of murder, and Texas Governor Greg Abbott pardoned him. If you take out somebody that's a member of BLM, even if they're white, people are going to like it. You're an N-word lover. So it can happen both ways. I think we are well on the way to North Korea. I think we are well on the way to North Korea type internet. You think Trump is that bad? He's going to start acting like Kim Jong-un? So here's the problem with that. And I'm not saying that, like what I told all of my last few callers, I'm not saying that Trump doesn't want some of this shit. It's a difference between wanting and getting. America is a country where, what is it, 45% of the population have guns? I don't think it would be as easy to turn America into a dictatorship unless you're going to have a lot. Now the problem is, if you can get a large portion of the American population to voluntarily enter a dictatorship, and then the citizens may not have as much power. And I'm afraid that absolutely could happen because of hatred. Because of hatred. If you listen, if you're offering me hate, I'll go with you anywhere. So even to the point of a dictatorship, I could see that could possibly happen. But if you don't have it from that standpoint, then I would see it to be very difficult to turn America into a dictatorship, because there's just too many people in the country that have firearms. There are too many people that can defend themselves. But like I said, if you got half of the population that's okay with becoming a dictatorship just because you're giving them something they want, then that might be something different. And I can see a possibility of something crazy like that happening. And Will G says, simply put, because Trump ain't shit. All right, let me look in the comments real quick. I'll see if TikTok, that might be a Fox News type propaganda video. Well, the problem is, Will, there's so many of them. I thought the same thing when I play, if I'm playing MSNBC, CNN, or Fox News, I know folks are going to view a lot of this stuff because you don't trust certain news sources. But there's a lot of videos on behalf of what South Africa did. I believe there's somewhere in here where the leader of South Africa actually spoke out and bragged about what he was doing. But now it ain't all Fox News. There's a lot of people talking about what they're doing over there. I'll see if I can find any language on it.
There's a lot of talk from the South African government about confiscating the land of white people.
We will not make the mistakes that others have made in dealing with the question of land. We will not allow smash and grab interventions.
And really going in the direction of Zimbabwe.
Couldn't accept perpetual occupation of most of
that guy speaking. I believe their president said something like, "We will take the land." I'll see if I can find it real quick before I go back to the next conversation here. But I believe they made it clear we're going to take the land, and we're not going to give anything for it. So I do believe that they are having their land. They are having their land taken in South Africa. I do believe that's happening. However, like I said, it's an argument to be made that they got it by the same method. Let me see what this one is here.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has promised to accelerate the distribution of land to black populations in the country. Ramaphosa on Tuesday insisted that they need to carry out a reform intended to heal the wounds of the past and to distribute land to blacks.
We will not allow smash and grab interventions.
Same thing again.
That we will not allow. We will handle this matter in the same way that we have always handled all difficult issues in our country. We will handle it with responsibility.
According to a recent study, agriculture remains largely in the hands of the descendants of the settlers. The white farmers held 73% of the land against 85% at the end of apartheid. The new president also said he is determined to heal the wounds of the massacre of Marikana, when 34 minors were killed by the police in 2012 in a mine belonging to the society, which he was.
Yeah, I think that they are taking the land back from whites over there. But like I said, it's a two-sided coin. I mean, you took the land, you took it, but it is something. I get that they don't own the land, but the idea that you're taking stuff back from somebody that had nothing to do with what their grandfather. I mean, I don't know what my great grandparents did, and I'd hate to be held responsible for anything they may have done back in the day. I mean, maybe my granddad took some money from somebody during the dice game, and the guy, all of a sudden, the guy's grandkid, like, I want that money back. I don't want to be held accountable for anything that people did way back. So I can see the argument from both sides. However, I also see the argument from the side of the black folks. Like, this is land that would have been in my family that would have been accumulating value, but because your people stole it, you've been benefiting from the accumulation of that value that my family should have. And my family is far more poorer because of the robberies, the historic robbery from your family. I mean, it's an argument I can see on both sides. If I'm the family that had the land stolen, I want that family to give my family that land back. If I'm the family that grew up in that house that had nothing to do with the taking of the land, I don't want to give it back. So I understand it from both sides. Are we victimizing white people now? No, we're not. But back then, when they were victimizing blacks, it was okay. It ain't ever okay to victimize somebody. It's never okay. It wasn't okay then. And I'm talking about the fact that I don't see it. I don't necessarily think it's okay to victimize in revenge. And that's what they're doing. They're victimizing in revenge. The people who lost their land when the whites took it were victims. If you take land from a white person now that had nothing to do with the whole thing back in the day, they're equally victims. Here, let me give you another good example. We know this land was taken from the Native Americans. There are white people all over this country that own homes, businesses, and things like that. If you're a white person in your 20s or 30s, and some Native American shows up and says, I want your land because, it was taken. I mean, I think that white person is a victim too. I mean, yeah, victimization and revenge is still victimization. Like I said, I see it both ways. I mean, the land was stolen, but coming back and stealing it from somebody that had nothing to do with the theft, you're victimizing a new person. Yet they face no pressure to apologize, pay reparations, or atone because the current narrative demands one-way guilt aimed only at Western whites. Well, I think a lot of this stuff could have been squashed a lot earlier if there was some atonement and things like that back in the past instead of denying it and letting it fester on for so long. I mean, fact is, while I can see victims on both sides of the aisle, the whites in this, historically, the whites have done a lot of people wrong. I mean, it's just a historical fact that the whites in both of these countries have done a lot of people wrong. And the argument is, since they're all dead, there should be no consequences for what they've done. The problem is, when you look at legacy, when you look at wealth passed down from generation to generation, there's plenty of damage from what they've done. I mean, there are plenty of white families that still own farms and shit that's been in their family since the 1800s. Every white person that acquired land from that time has not gotten rid of the land. It's been passed down throughout families. Meanwhile, natives and blacks and all these other folks did not have the ability to do so. So, I mean, there's still actual damage taking place even in 2025. Now, the white community don't often like to admit that, but what was done in the past still has relevance today in some areas. Every white family is not inheriting land. I get it. But there are plenty of them that have. Or plenty of them that may, let's say, for instance, you inherited land, your family inherited land in the 1800s. Maybe they sold the land in the 1940s and bought another business or something. And that business has been prosperous. It all still may have stemmed from the illegal acquisition of land. Whereas none of this existed in those other communities. There is a lot of wealth that has been passed down throughout the generations for what happened. And it's hard to state that none of that has had an effect on anybody of today, because that's just simply not true. As I stated before, when I was a child, there was no wealth in the black community. It was only in the white community. And they weren't still taking land in the 1960s and 1970s. It was the trickle-down effect from all that shit. It was still having an effect. So the idea that it doesn't have an effect on people today, that's not necessarily true. Will G says Trump plans to take more land from native reservations and national parks as we speak. That is true. I have heard about that. I have definitely heard about that. Foresting, we don't need Canada for their wood. He's talking about, yeah, I have heard about that. That's who we elected. That is our president. That is who we chose because Kamala Harris was not fitting the bill. Nevertheless, I do appreciate the likes on the screen. TikTok, I didn't even check the appeal, but we've ran around. Interesting times, though. Interesting times. Folks are suggesting that Trump is trying to really, literally get rid of civil rights. Wow. That's dark. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Catch you folks tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in.